Hey, Doc, welcome to day 3 of the Chiro AI Summit. Today's going to be all about clinical tools and resources for your practice, and this is a big day. We have awesome brand new tech. We have some existing tech that has brought some massively new features and benefits into their products and services, as well as some speakers that are going to blow your mind. So thank you so much for joining us. Please stay tuned all day today for clinical applications of AI and join VIP. If you'd like to get exclusive discounts, additional tools and resources, and be able to watch these videos back on demand. Tomorrow, we are wrapping up with Leadership Day, which shapes the future vision. But today is all clinical, so let's dive in. All right, next up is a talk from AI Conversion Coach. This is an AI tool that helps you communicate more effectively during your report of findings, utilizing AI-driven insights and strategies. This platform can help your retention, it can help care plan acceptance, amongst other things. In the land of tools aplenty, AI Conversion Coach is exactly what it says. It is here to help you convert patients at a higher level. Without further ado, here is AI Conversion Coach.
Hey everyone, Dr. Ryan Rieder here, and we are super excited to be speaking to you tonight. Wherever you are joining us from around the world, thousands of chiropractors joining us to find out how they can take their practice to the next level using AI. If you haven't heard of me before, my name is Dr. Ryan Rieder. I used to own and operate 8 offices, anywhere from $7 to $8 million every single year, 3,500 to 4,000 visits every single week. At any one time, 30 to 50 associates for over 10 years. And I'm here today with my good friend and incredible chiropractor, Dr. Dane Donohue.
So Ryan, first of all, I want to say, if you had to manage that many chiropractors, there's no, it's really understandable why you have no hair on your head.
That is why I have no hair on my head at any one time.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm Dr. Dane Donohue. I'm currently in my 34th year of practice. I've owned and operated my practice since 1991. I graduated shortly thereafter. I got into practice and have just been grinding away ever since. We developed a program called 8 Weeks to Wellness. I'm a 3rd generation chiropractor. Matter of fact, my son graduates next semester from life. He'll be 4th generation. So to say that I give my heart and soul to this profession is an understatement. But, you know, so many of my mentors, Ryan, taught me that it really comes down to results and relationships in practice. And, you know, you and I are close friends, but we really do want to elevate this profession. And one of the stumbling blocks that we see is day 1, day 2 communications. And I would say, if you ask me, you know, what are the 5 fundamental keys to having a successful, thriving, multi-million-dollar practice? I would tell you that your patient communications, and specifically day 1, day 2, are absolutely critical because they tie back into your results and your relationships, right? I always like to say, Ryan, you know, give people what they want, but show them what they could have. And so it's easy when a patient comes in and they tell you what their complaint is, but we know that chiropractic can help people beyond their chief complaint. And that's what I think chiropractors are missing the boat because of their lack of communication. So you and I developed this software to really help doctors understand what proper day 1 day communication looks like. What are the skills that are absolutely important? What are the critical steps in the day 1, day 2 that just can't be overlooked? So the software that we're going to show people, I think, really has I know it has the opportunity to really revolutionize your practice.
That's awesome. And also, clearly from the comfort of your home. We've both been doing this for a long time, both helping chiropractors from around the world. So without further ado, the background behind developing this really stemmed from some real science or art, science and art really, in the development of learning. It's something that Dr. Dane and I got together with, and we really looked at it and went like, what's missing? There's some great scripts, there's some great procedures out there, but why aren't chiropractors taking their practice to the next level? If you're watching this, you may have learned scripts, and you certainly know people that have learned scripts before that are still struggling in practice. If it was just a script, trust me, you would have found it by now. There's no shortage of chiropractors willing to sell it to you. So we came together and we're like, look, they've got to have good scripts, they've got to have good procedures, but it's ready to take to the next level. There's this thing that's been missing and not spoken about, and it's called deliberate practice. And I want to share my screen in a moment, and Dr. Dane's going to run through that with us now. on just, it's going to take us 5 minutes to do that. And then we're going to go into showing you the software. And you can see why it's been so game changing for practices already. It gives people opportunity to really drive this into neurology. It is by far the best day one, day two experience, and the quickest way to take you from 0 to 100 when it comes to your day one, day two in communications that we've ever seen in the profession. So if you're watching this right now, you have no doubt experienced the process of trying to get better at your communications. And there's always been a fundamental part of the process missing that hasn't been your fault. And this is the missing gap. So Dr. Dane's going to share this a little bit about how we came up to this product and how we thought this would close the gap between where so many chiropractors are and where they want to be. So Dane, talk us through it.
Sure. So, the first principle is you can't change something that you're not aware of. So awareness is always going to precede change. And I know when I'm listening and role playing with my doctors or listening to doctors in live conversations with their patients, there are definitely things that are missing that doctors aren't aware of. And so I think the first thing is to be conscious that there's probably things in your day one, day two that are missing, that are absolutely critical to you making that connection with the patient, right? Is that we have to connect with our patients for us to develop that relationship where they have a sense of trust. Trust is absolutely critical to developing good communications with your patients and being able to close them in care. Now, obviously, you have to deliver the goods too, Ryan, but it first starts with that patient trusting and also committing to their care plan. So there's a science, and it's called deliberate practice. And obviously, we all practice different things. We may have played sports. I golf. I practice golf. But this is called deliberate practice. And there's 4 critical elements that separate deliberate practice from just practice. And the first one is time, right? So if you look at all of the research, and I've read a lot of this research, I'm currently reading a book right now called The ABCs of Learning by a professor of Stanford who teaches education and learning, because I want to learn how to teach my patients, right? And the first thing is time. And we know this book, Outliers, we've all heard of it. We know the concept of 10,000 hours that actually was originated by a researcher named Anders Ericsson when he was studying violinists. And what he noticed that people that were at the top of their game, and I'm not talking about music teachers, and I'm not talking about people that know how to play the violin, I'm talking about the best in the world. And what separated these people from the others is they tended to practice at least 10,000 hours before they became an expert, right? So and this is super critical, Ryan. We go into practice, right? We do our day one, day twos, but when do we practice outside of practice? And really, I'm not talking about 10,000 hours in your practice, Ryan. I'm talking about 10,000 hours outside of your practice hours. How many hours are you putting to practice outside of practice hours? Right? So second thing is you have to practice skills beyond your current skill set. And this is a real problem when I coach chiropractors, Ryan. They have to be teachable, right? They have to be coachable, because if they knew it, they'd be closing everybody, right? They wouldn't need a coach, right? So you have to practice your skills beyond what you currently know, right? And this is predicated on what you do know. How much time have you really put into learning your craft and your skill when it comes to your day one and day two? So you got to practice skills beyond what your current skill set is. Okay. Number 3 is chunking, right? This is how we learn, right? If I was going to tell you, Ryan, hey, remember my phone number, I'm going to chunk that down and say it's 267-980-5660, right? Is that we don't go 267-980-5660, right? We know that people process information best when we chunk it down. So you'll see in the software, we've chunked the day one, day two down into its absolutely critical fundamentals. I mean, you cannot miss any of these chunked critical aspects of your day one, day two, which we'll show you in just a little bit. And the last one I think is the most important is we talked about and touched this, but you have to practice outside the demands of your current practice. Ryan, you've coached hundreds of chiropractors, and how many chiropractors are working on their day one and day two outside of practice hours?
Yeah, very, very, very few. And it's the thing that always gets me is that if we look at a professional sportsman, or if we look at a person learning a musical instrument, it's a foregone conclusion that that person has to practice the musical instrument outside of the concert environment, or if you're a footballer, you get to play, you get to practice outside of the game day, right? So what most chiropractors do is their practice is in their game day, i.e. in front of the patients. Now we need to flip that so that we can start really mastering this art of communication and making a bigger impact on our community.
So one of the things, and you touched on it, Ryan, but one of the things that I think is absolutely critical that doctors aren't practicing is the art of listening, right?
Mm.
And, there's a quote I always use, Ryan, but listening is so close to love that people oftentimes don't know the difference. Listening is so close to love that oftentimes people don't know the difference. And so when I'm role playing and I'm listening to a doctor, I'm listening for their listening skills. And do I have to repeat myself? And so many times I feel like, obviously we say that God has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth and we should use them in those proportions. But oftentimes the doctor is not listening. Okay. So there is deliberate practice even in the skill of listening. And these are all concepts that we touch on the AI role play software.
So, Doctor, without further ado, let us show you the platform and exactly what it does. And we broke it up into a few sections. A lot of tonight we've already spoken about, hey, there's a process of deliberate learning that needs to take place, or deliberate practice that needs to take place. But of course, the fundamental of that is to be doing good scripts or good processes that are proven in practice. I mean, Dr. Dane uses this stuff every single day of his life, and I've trained hundreds of my chiropractic associates and students on this exact same process and how to do an effective day 1 and day 2. And we've put that into the platform for you. So everything is there for you to watch. Dane, if you can show them the platform there.
Sure. So first of all, I think the word script gets a bad connotation in chiropractic, right? And so I tell my doctors, don't think of it as a script if you don't like the word. It doesn't bother me. Actors have script and they're very believable when they're on movies, right? And actually the best actors are the most believable, but they're still working from a script. They didn't make up their own lines in the movie, right? It was scripted for them. They just made it incredibly believable, right? And so if you don't want to use the word script, use the word skills, right? But there has to be fundamental skills. Yes, there has to be effort. Yes, there has to be practice. And the people that are the best at this are the ones that are putting in the most effort and practicing. But there has to be a fundamental skill set. And I will tell you, I don't care where I go in this world, Ryan, I could take these skills and plug them into any practice and be successful. That's how confident. I'm not confident in a lot of things, right? Especially if you're married, right? It's just a lot of things that shake your confidence when you have children and you run a business. But the one thing I'm super confident is these scripts and skills work. And they work. I don't care what town you're in. I don't care what country you're in. There is a science to this. So what we're looking at now is the actual software. So when you log in here, guys, we broke this up into different sections. And obviously, we are communicating on day 1 and day 2 skills, right? But we had to provide learning resources for you guys to really understand the platform. So we have files that, first of all, we have files that we created. Now, I just pulled all of the things that I think are essential to your day 1, day 2, and Ryan and I put these together for you. So we have templates, right? So for example, we have our day 1 consultation form, and I can just click on this. And this is the actual examination consultation form that I use in practice, right? So we're giving you real tools that we use in practice. Another one I love, Ryan, is I have this right in front of my X-ray unit. So when patients turn to the side to get their lateral done, they're staring right at this image, right? And we know that people learn visually. So we're trying to give you the learning resources. That's why they're called learning resources that we actually use in practice. And you can see, we have a spinal degeneration poster. There's just tons of learning resources that you're going to have access to. Our exam form, this is the exact exam form that I use in my practice. And one of the things that we'll be doing is Ryan and I are going to be doing a monthly coaching call on the platform and how we use these resources in practice. Okay. So if we go back here, the way we broke this up is into day 1 and day 2. And Ryan, we talked about chunking, right? So we want to chunk your day 1 into its important component parts. So rapport building rapport is absolutely critical. Making a connection with patient, again, first impressions are what? They're lasting impressions. That's why we have to build rapport. Well, you know how many doctors don't know the fine art of building rapport with patients. It sounds silly, but they just walk right in and say, hey, what are you here for, right? Instead of really connecting and developing some common ground with the patient, right? Each one of these sections, Ryan, we have a checklist, right? Literally a checklist. The checklist is kind of like, what's the important part we're trying to get at here? Well, we want to warmly welcome the patient and establish a point of commonality, okay? So, hey, do you live here in Newtown? Hey, I see that your brother, Ryan, referred you to the practice, and, Ryan is truly one of my favorite patients, right? So some bit of rapport, right? And then we have a script. This is the actual script that we use in the rapport building process. Hey, Ryan, how did you hear about us? Hey, Ryan, can you tell me who referred you to the practice? Hey, Ryan, I see you're here from you live in Newtown. Where do you live in Newtown, right? So, or another one of my favorite is, hey, Ryan, now a lot of times this is on my intake form, but I'll still mention, hey, Ryan, I see that you've seen several of the chiropractors, or hey, Ryan, I see that you've never seen a chiropractor before. So I want to thank you for giving us a try. And I'm a 3rd-generation chiropractor, so I really want to educate you on what we do in this practice, and I really hope that we can help you. But some form of rapport building. And again, we can't go through all of this, but each one of these is going to have a checklist, right? It's going to have a script. It's going to have a lesson, right? So each one of these is going to have a lesson, and the lesson is absolutely critical. And I don't know if you want to touch on this, Ryan, but you and I spent a lot of time developing these lessons out on each chunked part of your day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, what's been really cool for us to go through is when we were doing the chunking from the learning process, thinking of the end user, which is you, is that each area is chunked down to no more than like a 10-minute video. So first of all, the lesson is chunked down 10-minute video. But what was critical for us is sometimes, even when you see it done from stage or a conference or a seminar that's on day 1, day 2, they may demonstrate it from stage, Dane, because there's 4 elements to this. There's the checklist, there's the script, there's the lesson, which is really the why behind the script, which I think is missing a lot of the time. And then what I thought was incredibly important was to actually provide for our users role play for you to watch. Now, there's a lot of science on this actually, but watching a live demonstration or the real thing can sometimes throw it into the nervous system even more than just learning the script. So that was a critical part for it. So if Dane had to push play with this, not only were you're going to get the checklist, not only going to get the script, not only going to get
what brings you into the office today,
the process, but actually a live video of Dane doing that chunked down section. And that follows the whole process through the entire day 1, day 2, and the day 1 and day 2. One other key thing to mention is we thought there was an incredible tool to train your team members. So when you have a new associate on board, etc., there's a couple opportunities you have here. You've got a solo app and you've got a team app. Just one thing to mention is what will happen is as people go through the videos, it'll give you a tick every single time you've watched the video. And you as the primary user, let's say you own the app, the team app, you'll be able to watch how many of the videos your associates have done. You'll be able to track that. And you can even lock the role play function until they've watched 80% of the videos, so that they've done the training, and then they move on to the role play. So there's also gamification throughout. So once you've done your first video, 5 videos in a row, today I was role playing with the app, and the score I got, which we'll show you in a moment, beat my previous score. So it gave me a notification that congratulations, you're on an upward trend. These are important psychological triggers that help people engage with the process of learning more, that we've incorporated into the app for you to get the most out of yourself and your team.
It's so critical because we know, Ryan, that most learning and communication is nonverbal, right? It's tone of voice, it's body language. It's so critical that you see this in action. That's why we built in the role play function. So if we just go through this, and then we'll show you how to actually role play with the AI. But we have rapport building, chief complaint, accidents and injuries, past or current treatment sought, activities of daily living. This would be like, what is the life impact of their problem, their past and family history. Ryan, we always say this, but how many drugs are people taking where chiropractic lifestyle could help them, but doctors don't know how to role play that. If I could help you, Ryan, with your blood pressure, and I'm not saying that I could, but if I could help you with your blood pressure more naturally without you having to be on this medication, is that something you would be interested in? Every patient I have ever said that to say, absolutely. They say, you know what? Yes, I would love to learn more about how to handle my blood pressure naturally. We just don't know how to ask that question in an appropriate and respectful way.
Yeah.
Right. So we also have commitment level and obstacles, explaining and educating subluxation. How do we do a proper touch and tell? How do we lead into diagnostic x-ray? How do we wrap up the exam, especially with if you do education like a healthcare class? And then how do we hand over to the front desk? And I wish we had more time to go through each one of these, because each one of these is a lesson. We just don't have the time. And then day two, you'll see that there's certain fundamentals of your day two. So bringing them back into the room, right? Good news, bad news, today's visit, which today's visit is all about them, revealing results, whether you use digital postural pictures like we do, or digital x-rays like we do, or maybe use a subluxation station, right? Then the big question, we have a big question that we ask to the patient as we segue into their treatment recommendations and finances. So then we have treatment recommendations and finances. How do you handle objections? How do you go over care plan? How do you go over finances? And then handing that patient over to the front desk and getting the patient's commitment on time and finances. So again, I hate that we're rushing through this, because I would love to do 2 hours on how to do this properly. But what I would like to do now is just dig right into a AI role play with you, just to see how powerful this is.
So what we've done is, when you go to the next session, which is new consultation, it's broken up into day 1, day 2 again. But if you look at where it says help view, we have 3 sections there. That's almost like a toggle. You can, as your competence improves and as you understand the scripts more, you can choose to use. So Dane, if you click on chief complaint there, Dane, you can choose and scroll down. And if you click on checklist first, then you'll see what happens. It changes. So let's say you're at a point where you can role play just using the checklist. Great. But let's say you still need the script in front of you. Click on the script there, Dane. You'll be able to read the script word for word while you're role playing with the AI patient. That is such an important part of the process, because sometimes you just got to drill it over and over and over with the script and the tool in front of you chunked down into each section. And something else we've included from experience is we've actually included something called the My Script. Well, Dane's going to show you how My Script works. We know in every state, country, culture, sometimes you may look at a script and go, hey, that word, it'd be nice if that word was a bit different, or that was a bit different. You can actually put your own script or change the word in there. And that follows those sections. So you can change them to suit your practice in your context, if you just need to change something a little bit. So now let's go back to Dane's going to role play with you, and he's going to keep the script up there while he's role playing. And he's going to actually change the drop down menu as he's going through the relevant part in the script. You'll see how powerful this is for you to do that. At the end, jumping ahead of ourselves a little bit, it's going to give you a full report on what you've just done. So I'll go through that with you in a moment, but Dane's going to show you the role play. He won't do the whole thing, because a full, as you guys know, a full day 1 will take some time. So he's just going to do the first few sections for you to see how this works with a real AI patient, and then we'll show you how the reporting works.
And just to say, guys, I'm going to let the AI patient pick their chief complaint, but I could go on here and say, hey, Sam. Now, I like using the word Sam because Sam can be a male or a female, right? But I could say, hey, Sam, I'd like to role play a 34-year-old female who has migraine headaches, who's taking thyroid medication. She's been having the migraine headaches for 10 years. We can literally feed the patient. So let's say that you had a difficult patient that you didn't close or you didn't connect with. You can go back and role play that exact patient in the software. So I'm just going to let the AI agent pick the chief complaint.
Hello, Dane. My name is Sam, and I'm looking forward to role-playing with you today. When you're ready, simply start by welcoming me to the practice.
Hey, Sam, welcome to our office. It's great to have you here. How did you hear about our office, Sam?
Thanks for having me. I heard about your office from a friend, Jessica. She said you're the best chiropractor in town. I'm hoping you can help me with some back pain I've been having. It's been bothering me for a while now, and I'm just looking for some relief.
Wow, well, those are high expectations to live up to. But have you seen a chiropractor before, Sam?
No, I haven't. This will be my first time. I'm a little nervous, but also hopeful that you can help me feel better.
Well, I think you're in the right place, Sam. I'm a 3rd-generation chiropractor. So I don't know a lot about a lot, but I know a lot about chiropractic. And we're here today to see if chiropractic can help you, okay?
That sounds good. I appreciate you taking the time to help me. I'm eager to learn more about how chiropractic care can help with my back pain.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about what's going on with you.
Well, for the past few months, I've had this persistent dull ache in my lower back. It's not excruciating, but it's always there, you know? Sometimes it gets a bit sharper, especially when I've been sitting for too long or after a long day of work. I'm a graphic designer, so I spend a lot of time at my computer. I've also noticed that I'm not as flexible as I used to be. It's just this general stiffness and discomfort that's making it hard to really enjoy my day. I'm hoping you can help me figure out what's causing it and how to get some relief.
Got it. So you say you've been having it for a couple months. Have you had this problem prior than a couple months ago? Have you had any other prior point in your life?
I think I've always had a bit of a sensitive back, but it's never been this consistently uncomfortable before. Maybe a few twinges here and there over the years, but nothing like this persistent ache. It's really just in the last few months that it's become a daily issue.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. When was the first time you ever remember having any type of back pain? How old were you?
That's a good question. I guess I'd have to say I was probably in high school. I remember I used to play soccer and I took a fall during a game. I don't think it was anything serious at the time, just a minor strain, but looking back, maybe that's when it all started. It wasn't anything that kept me from playing or anything, but it's possible that was the first time I really noticed my back acting up.
Okay, and how often are you getting this pain? Is it more than once or twice a week?
It's pretty much a daily thing now. The dull ache is almost always there, and then there are days when it flares up and feels sharper, especially if I've been sitting at my desk for a long time or if I overdo it physically. So, yeah, definitely more than once or twice a week. It's
Okay,
become a constant companion, unfortunately.
got it. I'm sorry to hear about that. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, let's say one's a mosquito bite, Sam, and 10 is pain that's so severe you would take yourself to the hospital. When this pain is at its worst, where would you put it on a scale of 1 to 10?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say when it's at its worst, it's probably a 6 or a 7. It's not unbearable. Like I said, I haven't gone to the hospital or anything, but it's definitely significant enough to make me uncomfortable and limit what I can do. It's a level of pain that makes me really want to find a solution.
Got it. And that's very common. And you said that it's dull, but it can be sharp. Now, do you notice any what we call radicular or radiating pain that travels into your butt or down into your leg?
No, I haven't experienced any radiating pain like that. It seems to be pretty localized to my lower back. I don't feel it traveling down my butt or into my legs at all. It's just that persistent ache and occasional sharpness right there in my back.
Got it. And then one of the things that we see, and this is very common when we see a case like yours and pain like yours, is that somewhere in your life you may have had an accident or a trauma that caused some damage that never healed properly. So I want you to think back over the course of your life and the years that you can remember, Sam, and tell me about the worst trauma that you've ever had to your body. These would be things like sporting accidents, broken bones, concussions, car accidents, things of that nature.
Okay, let me think. The worst trauma, well, I mentioned the soccer injury in high school, but that felt pretty minor. I guess the most significant one was probably a car accident I was in about 5 years ago. I was rear ended at a stop sign. It wasn't a high speed collision, but it was enough to jolt me pretty good. I had some whiplash and a stiff neck for a few weeks, but I didn't really think about my back at the time.
Got it.
I went to the emergency room, rest and take some pain relievers. I didn't have any major injuries that they found, but maybe that's related to the back pain I'm experiencing now. It's hard to say, but it's the most significant physical event I can recall.
Okay, got it. So you did go to the hospital, and do you know if x-rays were taken?
Yes, I did go to the hospital. I'm pretty sure they took x-rays of my neck and maybe my upper back, but I don't recall them specifically mentioning taking any of my lower back. They were mostly focused on the whiplash symptoms.
Got it. And do you know if any chiropractor evaluated those x-rays for any type of misalignment, either in your neck or your lower back?
No, I don't believe a chiropractor looked at them. It was just the hospital doctors and radiologists who reviewed the x-rays. I didn't see a chiropractor at that time.
Got it. All right, so we'll wrap it up there, just for time's sake. Now, obviously, guys, we could have went on to, micro trauma and what she does. She was a graphic designer, so we know that she sits. This is the importance of listening, right? A lot of these questions are answered, earlier on in the consultation, but you'll see now it's going to generate a score. And because I didn't go through the whole day one and day two, I got a 33%. But the cool thing about this, it's going to give me some really cool analysis. If I take a look at the overall analysis and summary, it's going to just give me a summary of the actual role play. But then if I look at the analysis, it's going to tell me about my tone, which was supportive. It's going to tell me at my pace. One of the things I learned about myself, Ryan, through using this software is that my pace is a bit fast at time. Not as fast as you, Dr. Ryan, but it can be pretty fast, right? And then you'll see, did I achieve the critical elements of day one? Did I build rapport? Did I answer the 7 questions of the chief complaint? And I did achieve those, but obviously I didn't achieve accidents, injuries, because we didn't talk about micro trauma, right? So you can see it's giving me an analysis. The other thing I love is I can go back and actually listen to this script. I can get the transcript of the actual whole conversation. It's pretty cool.
It's very cool. So it gives you an opportunity to really get analysis for the first time ever. And I can tell you a couple of things that are in development for those of you looking at this right now. We are already in discussions with certain EHRs who have in consultation recordings to help you with your soap notes that will be pulling into this in time. That's actually going to be able to analyze your in consultation during with a live patient in time. That's something that's in development at the moment, together with uploading recordings of your day 1, day 2 with patients, and that's all coming out in the near future. So this is our day 1, day 2 AI product that we've really started using, and we've already racked up over 1,000 role plays with chiropractors around the world. And if you want to give this a go and try this out yourself, we have a 7-day free trial. All you got to do is click on the link. It'll be somewhere in the chat or on this process, or go to www.aiconversioncoach.com. There'll be a button on there, a link on there. Click. It's just a 7-day free trial, and go through the process. And you'll be able to try this out completely free of charge for 7 days, and then choose Solo app or Team app. You'll have 5 users that you can have on the Team app for you to start mastering your communication. There's never been a better opportunity for you to practice this with world-class scripts, world-class processes, and actually watch it being done by Dane throughout the process. Anything else you want to say about it, Dane?
No, I just want to mention that obviously, guys, when you would go to a day 2 with this role play, it's going to pick up that day 2 as if that patient has returned for their day 2. So I think it's important to mention that. And the thing, again, I want to mention this about delivered practice, guys. You've got to put in the time, number 1. Number 2, you've got to start really learning skills beyond the current skills. I don't care how long you've been in practice, Ryan, you can improve your skills. And I will tell you, Ryan, I've been in practice 34 years. I have improved my skills tremendously in the past 2-3 months using this software. I mean, it has advanced my skills immensely just in 2 months, right? Because of what we talked about. Number 3, we got to chunk this down into its important component parts. And the last thing, guys, is that you have to practice this outside the demands of your practice schedule. That is deliberate practice. And this AI role play software really is going to help you hit the mark on all 4 of those key scientific concepts when it comes to not only deliver practice, but the whole goal of deliberate practice is so that you can become an expert at day 1, day 2.
Just so to show you the level that this works at, is that it'll show you how many, obviously, because we just logged on for you guys. If you scroll up for me, Dane, then it'll show you how many of the videos we've watched, or how many of the videos so if there's a team tab there, it'll actually have everyone logged in there. This one obviously doesn't, but it'll show their progression. It'll show the progression of each of your associates and your progression. Are your scores going up or going down? How many, like a daily streak, how many role plays you've done, overall tone, and then actually track how many day 1 role plays you've done and how many day 2 role plays you've done. And while we've started using this in my coaching group, is we've created a challenge. So we can actually see everyone at a user level. I can see how many videos my students have watched. So it's very easy for a student or associate, for you to actually say, hey, I see you haven't watched the video, or how many times they've role played, which has been an absolute game changer from accountability perspective for the first time ever. I know we always get told, yes, I learned the script, yes, I role played, but now we can actually see and hear because we get the recording and the transcript. So I thought I'd just mention that. Very cool. We've never had this level of control over scripting and templating and role playing with our team.
So guys, we hope you enjoyed this. We really do think it's revolutionary, and we hope that you log on, aiconversioncoach.com. Go on there, guys, sign up. I really think, just like myself, I think it's really going to move the needle when it comes to closing in your practice.
See you guys soon.
Next up is Read My MRI. This is a presentation from myself. Read My MRI is an AI-powered tool that can help your patients understand their medical imaging, CT, X-ray, MRI, PET scan, and ultrasound, and or their labs and blood work in patient-friendly language. I am fortunate to have founded this company earlier this year. It is going fantastic, and I can't wait to highlight to you some of those tools out there that you might not be aware of that are happening at Read My MRI. Hello, and thank you so much for being part of the Chiro AI Summit. I am super excited to present Read My MRI. Read My MRI helps your patients understand all of their medical imaging and blood work in an easy to understand, AI-powered, doctor-recommended way. And I am going to share my screen. We'll kind of walk through, and I'm going to show you live exactly how this works. So if you're a doc who utilizes a consultative sales process for your patients, specifically relative to imaging, there's a lot of spinal decompression practices that this is going to make a ton of sense. There'll be a lot of functional medicine practices that this will also make a lot of sense if you're using blood work. But ultimately, I'll give a little bit of history, and then we'll dive into how this works. I've been fortunate to work in a variety of orthopedic groups, including the last one. I did a lot of pre-surgical workups for patients. So what did that mean? It means that I sat with literally over 10,000 patients, knee to knee, heart to heart, looking at their medical imaging. And there was something that was common amongst 99.9% of them. They were all very scared when they got their reports back. They would go get an MRI, an X-ray, or a CT. They would sit with me, and ultimately, I would then interpret their imaging and, as I like to say, separate the problems from the not perfects. And I would let people know your report has a variety of not perfects. My job is to help understand what are the problems, because not perfects are okay. But people came in super scared, and you might be shocked to discover that there are over 1 billion. Yes, you heard that correctly. 1 billion medical images taken each and every year. So I founded Read My MRI earlier this year, and we've been consumer facing for the last year. And I'm fortunate to be involved in MBAR Collective. We got picked up by a startup incubator here in Tampa, Florida. We are growing very, very, very fast, but this is going to be a little bit of a sneak preview of what's to come with our B2B offering, helping your practice attract, convert, and ultimately help many more people that are struggling with conditions related to their imaging and blood work. So the goal of Read My MRI is really, really simple: to understand your scan in seconds. So how does that work? Patients simply upload their reports, and Read My MRI in less than 1 minute will help them understand what that report means. They'll get back a summary highlighting what every term means, how it could be impacting their health, with a list of questions to ask their doctor. Again, we do this with MRI, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and lab work. We've been fortunate to be featured on a variety of channels, and ultimately it's about helping patients go from confusion to confidence. So inside every Read My MRI report, whether it's an MRI, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, or PET scan, or lab work, we'll give them simple explanations that make sense, answers that they can trust, and clarity in less than a minute. So why do patients trust this? Because it's fast, it's affordable, and ultimately it is built by doctors, that is including me. So I'm going to give an overview of Read My MRI. Then I'm going to flip over to how this can impact your practice. But first, I want you just to understand how it works. Patients go on and upload their report securely. We simplify the science, and our technology turns the confusing terms into easy to understand explanations. And in less than 60 seconds, I'm going to show an example of this live. You'll be able to see exactly how it works, uploading a report and getting back a summary. So when patients typically receive their X-rays, specifically their MRIs, CTs, and PET scans, it's super hard to read. Here's the deal. Medical imaging is written B2B. It's written by radiologists for other doctors to interpret. And I'm sure you've seen this in your practice, specifically with advanced imaging such as PET scan, CT, and MRI. Patients come in with a 10-page report thinking that the world is ending. And quite often you can look at it and clearly pick out things that are just a normal part of the aging process from things that might be really challenging them. So that is a big, big problem for many people, and it leads to a ton of fear in searching Dr. Google. So they end up with a lot of confusing medical jargon, not really having any next steps. There's no real personalization, and ultimately they're stressed and anxious. So the goal of Read My MRI is to really solve as many of those issues as possible. We've been fortunate to do this now throughout this year for people around the world. So this has been growing very fast, and I think it's for good reason, because there are too many people out there that are just plain scared when it comes to their medical imaging. So when somebody goes on to the website, if they go on as a consumer, they can purchase a report. And basically, it's going to bring them to, I'm going to show behind the scenes here. It's going to bring them to a screen. I'm going to show you exactly how this works live, and then we'll show how this applies to your practice. So let me put in, you know what, I'm going to put in Jeff at the evidence-based chiropractor.com. Obviously, a patient would put in their address. I am going to drag a report. Give me a moment to grab a report here, sample report. So this is just a total sample report, not with real patient data. I'm going to put that in, drop it. I'm going to say I am not a robot, and I am going to click submit. So as that processes, you're going to see right here, it's been uploaded. System is creating a summary, and you should expect to receive that summary within a few minutes. So this portal is secure, and it really is the foundational element by which patients can see exactly what's going on. So we'll hang tight together right now, and I'm going to go over to my email as soon as that comes through, and we'll take a look together. Now, you can probably already start to be piecing this together, but what we are launching this year is called Harbor, and this is powered by Read My MRI. You probably can already start to put together the utility of this, and what do I mean by that? Imagine if you, in your practice, on your website, in your lead, on the back end of your lead forms, in your consultative sales approach, had the ability for a patient to upload their report with your brand at the top of it, with a QR code to leave a Google review, because that is such a valuable bit of information that you've just given them. You can see how, if you are using a consultative approach in your patient acquisition, and you're utilizing imaging and or blood work as part of that consultative approach, how powerful this can be. So Harbor is going to be powered by Read My MRI. And here we go. I am going to click on over to my email, and you're going to be able to see exactly what is going on. So we just got our report back already. Let me click over to my email. You can see it there. So I'll show you. Reports can feel overwhelming. Here is your report. I will double click on that summary, and then I will share screen over that summary, and you can see exactly what it looks like. So with Read My MRI, you can see we have the brand at the top. Now through Harbor, this would be your logo at the top. It is going to pull out all of that patient information, put it right there. It's going to highlight the key findings on that on the imaging report. What was going on that imaging report? It's going to give a detailed explanation of each finding, along with links out to primary, really high quality resources that patients can learn more about those conditions. It's going to have a glossary of terms so people can understand what's going on. And then a summary. What does this mean for you? What are the questions you should ask your doctor when you go visit them? What are the next steps in treatment options and the final thoughts? So as you can imagine, think about a patient currently who finds you through a Facebook ad or goes onto your website. Imagine if they had the opportunity to upload their imaging, receive something like this back in less than a minute with your brand, your logo. You can imagine how much trust that would build. It's just a tremendous amount of trust that you can build as you go through that. So what Harbor is going to do, your patients aren't going to pay Read My MRI. What you can do is, I'm going through Harbor, you'll have the opportunity to have your own branded portal. So you can connect this again on the back of your website. You can connect this to your lead forms. Wherever you choose, you can have Harbor available. So your patients can upload their imaging, receive back a report from you within 1 minute, branded to your practice. And again, that is going to help you dramatically increase your lead to show ratio and your show to convert ratio when you're discussing what's going on with the patients. And it just saves you a ton of time instead of having to put discs into computers. I don't know if people still do that, or access web portals online, trying to review imaging. That's like stressful and takes a lot of time. Why not let the power of AI simplify that entire process for you? So if you're spending, thousands of dollars per month on ads, I got a feeling you're letting too many of these leads walk away. Again, whether you're into regenerative medicine, spinal decompression, elective spine surgery, those leads can cost a lot of money. And you probably have seen your conversion rate continue to slide and your profit margin continue to shrink. So these are automated branded reports for your practice powered by Read My MRI that can pre-frame your treatment approach, save you time. If somebody uploads a report and they're not qualified for the care that you deliver, they don't have to use that new patient opportunity. This is going to save you and your team time by sorting out people who aren't qualified before they end up in your practice. It helps your consults become smoother, faster, and more persuasive. And it also helps your ads deliver significantly more ROI. Instead of come on in for $0 or $50, everything in the kitchen sink, how about upload your report and get answers within 1 minute? Man, if you start utilizing that in your ad copy, it is going to bolster your conversion rates substantially, dramatically decrease your lead cost, and give you the information you need to ultimately help patients. So there's two ways this can be utilized. One, again, through your marketing funnels, you will have your own upload portal that you can put on your website. Your new patient leads can upload their imaging through your branded widget. In less than 60 seconds, they'll get those summaries customized for you, and then your team will follow up, nurture, and book more qualified consults. Pretty straight up. You can also do this live in practice because it takes less than a minute. So if a patient walks through your front doors and has imaging right there, your team could utilize the same portal, upload that patient in report, and get back that summary for you to be able to review with the patient in less than 60 seconds. It's faster than you can do yourself, and in many cases will be more accurate than you can do yourself because you're part of a busy practice. Read My MRI is waiting 24/7, 365 in order to do this for your patients. So this is going to help you convert more leads in two primary ways: pre-qualification, of course, in that marketing funnel, and in clinic as well. So this is best if you spend money on paid ads or marketing programs, and if you want to lower your cost of acquisition and filter out unqualified patients, then Harbor by Read My MRI is a fantastic option for you. So with Harbor, you can get more qualified leads, higher conversions, and lower costs. Again, whether you are using this in your marketing funnel as a pre-qualification step or whether you are using it in your practice. So your patients will get those reports. And I'm super excited about this. I've seen over the last year, our traffic at Read My MRI has gone parabolic. There is just massive consumer demand. We're talking 20,000 plus people, and it's almost doubling month after month that are looking for answers. So that is massive. And this is a massive opportunity for you and your practice to take advantage of that opportunity. And that opportunity is 1 billion people worldwide, thousands, if not tens of thousands in your community, depending upon where you live, that are getting medical imaging, that are scared and unsure of what to do next. If you show up as that trusted voice, if you show up as that person who can help guide them and give them practical information, there is no question that that's how a practice grows. It's on the back of value delivered. Read My MRI is a value differentiator in your community. So if you'd like to learn more about the launch of Harbor and get what I'm going to call our best founding member offer, you can reach out to me at hello@readmymri.com. That is hello, HELLO, at readmymri.com. Let me know who you are, where you practice, and what you are looking for, even if it's just more information. And I'll be happy to connect with you directly, walk you through the process, help you understand exactly how this would be implemented in your practice, and also give you the best opportunity, at least 50% off when we go to market. So this is kind of pre-market right now. I wasn't planning on launching Harbor until 2026, but you're in the Chiro AI Summit. Now is the time to talk about technology, to talk about the future, and to also give you a very, very exclusive deal. So VIP members of Chiro AI Summit will be able to get the deepest discount on Harbor. So be sure, if you have not signed up for VIP, to do so. I hope you have an awesome rest of your day in the clinical aspects of AI. Leadership's coming up tomorrow. Thank you so much for being a chiropractor. Thank you for coming to the Chiro AI Summit, and I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Next up is ThermPix. ThermPix is modernizing thermal imaging for chiropractic practices. This is going to blow your mind. I was fortunate to come across ThermPix over a year ago. I saw it in action, and I continue to be blown away at how easy to use the tech is, how accurate the tech is, and how much it can really impact your practice. If you are ready to step into the future of clinical care, here's ThermPix. All right, everybody, I am here with Wayne Roberts from ThermPix. This is a company and a technology that came on my radar about a year ago. It really blew me away. I know there are chiropractors that are starting to learn about it, but at this Chiro AI Summit, we're going to dive in with Wayne specifically on what ThermPix does and how this can apply in your practice. So, Wayne, let's pick it up right there. Talk a little bit about what is ThermPix and what's the problem that you solve for many chiropractors out there.
Okay, ThermPix is the only FDA-cleared thermographic tablet on the market today. Okay, it's a Class 1 medical device. It's ISO 13485. But the most key factor in all of this is it is a Class 1 medical device. There are many thermal cameras out on the marketplace that you can buy off eBay or wherever, but they're not medical. And this gives you the medical grade photography that you would require to be a serious player when you're looking at diagnosing or pre-diagnosing certain conditions. Okay, so we provide, it's a unique device, and it is a unique device because a lot of devices out there will give you an image. This device gives you both the white light image of the patient next to their own invisible thermal image. Okay, so it will show the patient their invisible condition, and more importantly, it will show them their pain. They associate the moment they see the pain. Okay, that's really key and really important. It measures the temperature of blood. Blood does not lie. So as the blood comes to the surface under the skin, it will actually measure the temperature of the skin, or specifically the blood underneath, from an inflammation, from an infection, or from a particular restriction in the blood flow. That's what it does, and it's unique in the way that it will do that. Okay, so the other thing that it will do for the clinician, which is really key, we're talking about the patients, but for the clinician, it will the more the clinician can see, the more the clinician can actually treat. So it will give them an image of exactly where the condition that the person, the clinical demographic of the patient. So if they come in with a bad neck, a bad back, or they come in with a MSK trauma, it will show exactly the area. We're not diagnosing, we're pre-diagnosing. It will just show the area. And if you require further treatment on top of that, at least you'll know where to start. It's a starting point.
Yep.
Okay. And we have an AI portion that's built into that in a symmetry tool that in effect measures the thermal image and provides an imagery of hot dots all the way through the center of the inflammation. So it shows exactly where the problem is.
I love that. So I saw this, I came across, I know you've been traveling literally around the world talking about this device. I know there's a background actually in cardiology with one of your founders. So I say that with the context of this is real technology. And that was something where you and I met and you did a scan on me again, probably a year ago or so. It was a stark difference in terms, and I'd love for you just to maybe talk a little bit about the history and also how it works. What I'm leading in here is that the device was beautiful, it was small, it was easy to use. So talk a little bit about maybe a little bit about the history and a little bit about how you've seen docs literally using this.
Yeah. Okay. History-wise, the device goes back almost 4 years now from the original prototype. The company is USA Therm, but the holding company that started it out is Sofa Health, and Dr. Ari Sofa, who's a celebrity cardiologist, for want of a better phrase, comes from California. He's a vein doctor, a specialist in veins, and this device originally was for vascular insufficiency. That's what it was developed for, plain and simple. However, when you're doing thermography and when you're looking at veins, you're always going to see other demographics, clinical demographics. It's just a fact, and that's how it's extended out from where it is at the moment into diabetic foot, into a whole host of other things that we never thought we'd actually do. I must tell you now. And I also must say that at the very beginning, and being blunt, chiropractors were not on the radar at the very beginning of the launch of this product because it was for veins. I can tell you now that US chiropractors are the largest client of ours in the US. Fact, as it stands now, because they have seen the opportunity to working with this device. Mm-hmm. So why is that? Why do US chiropractors want it? Okay, you have 70,000 thereabouts chiropractors in the US. the volume who've told me in many shows that I've attended over the last 2 years that one of their key problems is retention of patients. Well, it is retention of patients. I think the average rate is around about 18 to 20% for chiropractors. How do they get that moved forward? Apart from the fact that they may well have a vibrant business, but how do they get it moved forward? They give it forward with having a unique selling proposition, a USP, a device that no one else has got. And this launches the market with that type of device. But you've got to get patient buy-in. And where your colleagues and where the chiropractors currently that have these devices, we have over 100 already in the last 6 months into chiropractor, both in various parts of the chiropractor arena. What they're looking to do is they're going to get patient buy-in at the very, very beginning. They walk through the door, they get scanned, whether it's their feet for neuropathy, whether it's their legs, whether it's their back, whether it's their neck. The patient gets scanned the moment they walk through the door. It blows the patient's mind, for want of an English colloquialism, because quite simply, they see the, and I've said it before, they see the pain. This is not a ultrasound. This is not an X-ray. We're not looking at bones. We're not looking at the gray area. We're looking at their pain. And the moment they see that, that patient will associate with it because they can act. That's right. That's the pain. You have the buy-in. And that is the way to start with building a profile of taking scans every time they come for the treatment plan, putting in place, depending on what's wrong with them. And then the patients come back and they want a photograph printed every time. They want to see their improvement by the way that the thermal imagery changes in color over the period of the treatment. It also shows you that the treatment plan you put in place works. That's really key. And it's not just that. Other treatments that you as chiropractors will give may require, sometimes patients don't, or may say, is it working? Or you can't tell if it's working instantly. If you took a photograph, a clinical photograph, thermal imaging before, like with shockwave treatment or any other time, and then afterwards, the patient can see. It validates the treatment that you're giving. And that's what a lot of you chiropractors are currently, those that have the device are doing, and doing very successfully. They're actually retaining the patients, and then the patients are referring the business on because no one else has got that device in the particular area.
Yeah, that's powerful. And one thing that really stood out to me was, especially for docs that asked this question, for the docs that might not be super familiar with thermography today, and they might think back to wired electrodes and utilizing, and that stuff can be really cumbersome in a clinical sense. So for the docs that haven't seen ThermPix or don't understand, does this take 45 minutes for me to do a scan? Does this take an hour and a half? Maybe highlight a little bit about how it works from a clinical usage sense. I see you holding it up. Perfect. Right on time, right there.
All right. So this is a Samsung tablet with obviously the gut stripped out and a whole new setup that in place inside with a a very strong clinical thermal camera. The photography from this takes seconds, literally seconds to take. Okay. So what will happen is you will take a thermal image. You will show the patient that image to get their buy-in. The moment you've taken the image goes straight to the cloud. It is read in the cloud and then sends back in a full format. So basically, the image goes to the cloud and comes straight back again. And then the patient can see their image against their own white light image, their own image themselves.
Yep.
Not only that, you can print a report from this. You have AI, what we call AI symmetry within the actual tool itself. So when you've taken the photograph, AI will cut in and it will read the image and it'll show you hotspots right through the worst areas, the most thermally challenged areas, for want of a better phrase. So if you've got a real mass on, say, for example, on your neck, it will have it wherever the seriousness of the inflammation is. At the worst point, it will have red dots running right through that. And there's also a histogram, a block chart that goes through that area, pulling together all of the pixels together into blocks over the most serious areas. You can also set a temperature. There is a spot temperature that you can take at the time of the area that you are taking in a photograph of. And all of that is on a report that you have printed down almost within a minute of it finally being completed. And you can print it in a PDF format, give it to your patients. And every time they come, if you take more photographs, you will just tag all of those photographs you've taken over the period of the time. And the report builds and builds and builds and shows them a thread of improvement, hopefully, on the treatment plan that you've been put in place. And you've got them. They want it. They come back for it every time.
Yeah, the visual components I think are really world class and stand out to me. I'll ask a very basic question. As we mentioned, thermal scanning, is it, and this is going to be so basic, I'll sound a little silly asking it, but I'll ask it anyway. Is red bad? I guess in general, what is the coloration?
That's a really good question. Really good question, Jeff. And I sometimes get berated for the statement that I make. However, in the real world, green is good. Red, I'd say something else, but red is dead. Red is bad. But south of red, because bear in mind, there are two scales here. You have green in the middle. So if you had a perfect green thermal image, and no one is perfect, I haven't seen one yet, and I've done there's thousands. But if you have a perfect green image, you go north to red with inflammation and pain. You go south to dark blue, which in some instances, it would be looking at the potential of cold neuropathy. So you're looking at neuropathy where there is lack of circulation, where there is numbness, where a lot of chiropractors certainly are now, and that's where we first started with this device two years ago, was looking at neuropathy and looking at the potential of photographing neuropathy and showing whatever in your restorative neuropathy programs, how that temperature change can be affected. The blue can change slightly towards a light blue, slightly towards a green, and then south of the red, going further down into orange, going into yellow. So your scale is green at the start, dark blue being lack of circulation, dark red being inflammation or infection. Okay. And what the plan is to go north or south with the treatment plan to get as close to green as possible. But it's very easy to read, just so we're clear. This is what you're looking for. And the best analogy I can always give is think of a puzzle book and think of two pictures that are side by side, and you have to choose. When you're a kid, you'd have to choose the 10 differences between the images. That's what you're looking to do, because the symmetry tool will split the body in the area that you're scanning. And what you're looking for is the areas between the left and the right that are different. And that will give you actually showing you whether it's the left or the right, or in some instances where both sides of the body, they could be the same, but they are all yellow, or they're all red, or they're all dark blue. It's an aid memoir. And at this stage of the proceedings, it is a pre-diagnostic. Okay. But it gives you the indication and confirms to you what most times you already know, but you now know exactly where it is.
Yeah, the visual component again, I think is just so powerful. And I know a lot of docs were coming into December, and they're looking for how they are going to optimize and upgrade their practices coming into the new year. So I'll ask you straight up: when somebody's evaluating whether bringing ThermPix into their practice or not, what should they expect in 2026 as they add ThermPix in?
What should they expect in relation to further developments? Are you talking about?
Good question. I won't push you there. I'll say what can they expect in terms of the benefits it'll add to their practice, either clinically, conversationally, from a marketing sense. Maybe it's a little bit of all, but I'll let you lead the way.
Okay, let's start with a simple statement. Patients can see the invisible. Okay, they can see the pain. The key to ensuring that businesses are going to be successful always is the patient buy-in to the treatment plan that's being given. So there has to be a hook to make them go down that particular route. This is the hook that gives the doctors and the clinicians the opportunity to actually get the patient engaged at the very, very beginning. The moment they can see what's going on with the area that they come in with pain, and you're showing them the pain, you have that engagement. It's then down to the doctor to take that further forward and obviously do the treatment plan and such like. But for us, the enhancement of thermal imagery with patients has always, it is the patient's, it's key to the patient staying with the practice and also referring the practice on, which happens regularly now, referring practice on to their colleague, to their friends, saying, they've got this wonderful device here. It can actually show you exactly what's going on. And you get people coming and asking questions. I've had this back from chiropractors saying, once the door is open and they start getting the print offs, away they go. Yes, the device is a vessel for thermography, but we will be adding, it is also a vessel where there is an app store where we will add additional software as we go forward, which is being developed as we speak. Now, a taster for that, might as well give a taster now, is the fact that we already have an adjunct. We are for breast thermography. We're already, even though we're not advertising moving forward with that, under our FDA clearance, we're allowed to have the device as an adjunct for breast thermography in addition to mammography. Okay, there is wellness programs that are already in the system, which will be turned on live as we go further forward in the future. There are other software additions that will be added based on different thermography of different areas. For example, we launch, which is what I've just been doing recently, we are launching into the diabetic foot arena in a very big way. And there is a software package that we are negotiating with at the moment, which will be added to the device. So this is only just as an add-on, just to let you know. But this is for anyone who's out there who sees lots and lots of diabetic patients coming through the door, because this will produce a report that it really does blow your mind. It's a 7-page report on everything to do with the particular disease that they're coming in with, which is the diabetic foot disease. So these are add-ons as we go forward. They will all be related to obviously the body. The device can scan anything from the plantar of the foot to the top of the head and all points in between. Okay. But exciting for us is the start of the diabetic foot, which some chiropractors have already asked us about, mainly because they're already dealing in neuropathy. And because they're dealing in neuropathy, most of the patients, if it hasn't come from chemotherapy and in the hands, which of course which can monitor, it will be diabetics. And if they come in with serious diabetes, there is likely to be foot disease at some point. This will highlight that. It gives the clinician kudos if they then find that there is something else going on in addition to what they're looking at, which can then be referred on and potentially save a person's leg or save a person's foot.
Yeah. Lots of exciting updates coming down the pipeline. Wayne, this has been a fantastic interview. We're going to transition now to a presentation, a clinical presentation. So why don't you maybe just speak for a moment about what docs can expect as we transition to a really nice presentation.
Okay, well, we've got I have a presentation here that has been was launched in Parker Vegas, quite frankly, by one of our KOLs, Dr. Robert Kane, Professor Robert Kane, actually, out in California. And Professor Robert Kane has been around in chiropractic for over 30 years, but has been reading thermographic images for large corporations as well for almost as many years. So he has a on-the-ground slant on how this device can sit so well within your practice, how it will build into a business model moving forward, and how you can get the very best out of it. Okay, so that is the start of this particular presentation. Also, just did you want a summit only offer as well, Jeff, or do I give that to you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Well, if I can tell you this now, and if people write this down, okay, the code would be AI, no surprise there, and that would be 1225. If any clinician came back to us with that code, there is a general attendance offer, okay, which in effect, the price of the device would be $7,995, okay, and $195 a month on year 2 and 3 for the software. And on the VIP attendance offer, there is $7,495 and £175 a month from year 2 and 3. But just so everyone is aware, the normal retail price of the device is $8,995. Software as a service is £295 a month. So there's because it's specific to chiros, we're giving there's a really cool deal here for you.
I love it. That is a very, very nice discount. So docs listening and watching, please stay on the line and watch the clinical presentation, which is going to put this into action for you. Wayne, I really appreciate you coming on. And docs, if you are interested in thermography, ThermPix, I'm going to say, is not only a class-leading tool, they're giving you a fantastic opportunity to add that into your practice before year's end. So please check in all of the documentation on the summit where you'll get access to either the VIP discount or the general attendance discount. Wayne, thank you so much for chatting
That's
today.
all right. Can I, Jeff, just also give you that there is a specific US toll-free number, okay,
Please.
as well for them to call, okay, and that'll be 1-800-906-1225, okay? That will come through to me wherever I am in the world, and it's mostly around the world that I am, but I'll be able to then, obviously, and if they quote that code, then I'll be able to put together the deal accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
The future of chiropractic starts now with USA Therm's ThermPix, an FDA-cleared and clinically validated medical thermal imaging device. ThermPix is a window into real-time physiology. It combines the power of an 8-megapixel camera and a high-resolution thermal imaging sensor to produce full-color images of the patient, along with light images, side by side, so the patient can follow along what their thermal findings are with their actual anatomy. The images are stored on a HIPAA-compliant cloud, allowing for access on multiple devices. And the whole procedure is non-invasive and has no harmful radiation. ThermPix provides the following: real-time thermal mapping of the face, torso, and extremities, clear signs of inflammation, altered circulation, and neuropathy, visual evidence of the patient's concern in vivid color and detail, and a way to monitor changes of care independent of symptomatic status. Benefits of using the ThermPix device in your practice: number one, better diagnostics. Better diagnostics lead to better treatment outcomes. Better treatment outcomes leads to better patient understanding, better compliance, and ultimately better retention. With all of this, we're looking forward to increased referrals. The ThermPix device is convenient and versatile. It's light and portable, allowing for easy use in the exam or treatment room. There's no need for dedicated laboratory space or bulky equipment. Basic chiropractic applications are easy to learn, allowing you to be up and running with minimal training. AI-assisted analysis allows for fast, standardized assessment and less time analyzing images. And access to ongoing AI analysis innovations and application-specific trainings keep you at the cutting edge of this technology. Lastly, cloud-based storage allows for full database access independent of physical location. So how does this work? Well, thermal symmetry is an established biomarker of neurovascular function and homeostasis. Surface temperature is under the direct control of the sympathetic nervous system and its regulation of the superficial blood vessels. Research at Johns Hopkins University clearly established high levels of thermal symmetry in asymptomatic patients, along with normative data for side-to-side differences in specific body regions. A return to thermal symmetry signals improved homeostasis. So how does this work for chiropractors? Well, in the vertebral subluxation complex, we have 5 main components: kinesiopathology, neuropathology, myopathology, histopathology, and pathophysiology. All 5 of these components have the potential of altering skin temperature, either at the spinal level, where the subluxation is occurring, or at the peripheral level in the end region where the nerve is serving. The heart of the chiropractic practice is the subluxation complex, so being able to visualize what that's doing on the neurovasculature is critically important. ThermPix is involved with different conditions. It can be helpful in the identification and monitoring of all of the above: spinal subluxations, acute and chronic pain syndromes, spinal and peripheral neuropathy, muscle and myofascial compromise, headaches, circulatory problems, and compromised athletic performance. In example 1, we see a few things. This arrow here points to some spinal warming, which is likely due to subluxation. All thermal findings need to be clinically correlated, but the ThermPix device shows you immediately an area that's irritated that requires your attention. A similar finding is noted here. Now, if we look at this arrow, it's pointing to something in the rotator cuff. If the patient's concerned, where does that on my body? You can just point to them right here, and using the light image or the standard photography image, you can cross-correlate and easily show them where the problem lies. In example 2, we've got a little bit of warming on the right rhomboid region. This particular patient actually had subluxated ribs. Interestingly enough, these subluxated ribs were actually causing part of her shoulder pain, which you can see right here is a warm rotator cuff. We also note some warming in the rhomboid region down lower, which was part of the complex. Now, her lower back was mildly symptomatic, but it did show up red, showing the chiropractor and the patient that we had an additional area that needed more evaluation. On this patient with hand problems, we noticed warming by the knuckles, both sides. Well, with a diagnosis of clinical arthritis, we were able to visualize the arthritis and show her the extent of the problem. Now, you may ask, why is this valuable if we knew the diagnosis? Well, if we're going to treat her and hopefully give her some relief from her arthritis by lowering overall inflammation in the body and affecting it locally, we want a baseline image so that we can do pre and posts and watch this warming go away. This is a patient with dysautonomia where the sympathetic nervous system is not working properly. You can notice here a lot of buildup of heat in the face and a specific hotspot over the right maxilla. We notice on the post image, this looks like it's gone away. Same thing with the pre and post images on the back of the neck. AI analysis will help in the following manner. Here we have a patient where the actual thermal findings are not as dramatic as we might like. They're not quite as obvious. To my trained eye, I could see a little warming here versus here by the lighter color. I can also see a little cooler here versus here, and I can see warming down in the lower back. This all corresponds to his back image. Notice we do have some thermal activity, this little lighter green area in the area of a mole. This is a signal to let this patient know to get that mole evaluated. Using our AI symmetry tool, we're now able to analyze the back, look at the symmetry, and graphically represent it. This is our histogram tool, and what it does is it measures line by line each area of the body going up the image and compares the right side of the image, the left side of the image to the right side of the images. It calculates which side is warmer and assigns a color and a bar to note the warmer area. Green means there's very little asymmetry and it's mostly a normal appearance. Yellow is a moderate amount of asymmetry and red is a high level. It might not be as obvious from this picture, but it's very obvious from here, the areas of asymmetry. This data here is then translated into a task score, a thermal asymmetry score, which gives us the overall value or the overall level of asymmetry in those particular regions. The task score is in 1 to 10, 1 being the most amount of symmetry and 10 being the most amount of asymmetry. Incorporating this into the thermal imaging practice, into the chiropractic practice is easy. We generally start off with history and inspection as we examine the patient on their first visit. We now incorporated the thermal symmetry check in that protocol. We then move on to any examinations or evaluations we might do, additional imaging, and design the treatment protocol. Once we have that, we give them the report of findings. It's very important during the report of findings to demonstrate the ThermpPix findings, show them the images, and show them how it relates to their concern. We can then initiate a trial of care, and after a period of care, re-examine. During the re-examine, we can repeat the thermal symmetry test in order to determine the next stage of care. Using the thermal symmetry tool and ThermpPix thermal symmetry approach, we can see the invisible and incorporate real-time physiological data into the chiropractor's approach to care. Harnessing the power of AI, we can improve outcomes, and we can engage the patient fully with graphic evidence of their condition, task scores, and histograms to really demonstrate the effects of your care. Improved outcomes and graphic patient education means better patient retention and more referrals. The question is, are you ready to be a ThermpPix chiropractor?
Next up is Wiggle. I came across Dr. Mason many years ago. We crossed paths, and he is a superstar in the profession. Wiggle is a brand new startup out of the Bay Area, and they are taking the best insights you can expect from Silicon Valley and putting it in to practical applications you can use in your practice. They use functional assessments and AI tools in a way that is completely unique, beautifully designed. I think it's going to be really interesting for you. So without further ado, here's Dr. Mason.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Mason. I am the founder and CEO of Wiggle Health. Wiggle Health is a AI-driven proactive solution for musculoskeletal issues for the workforce. A little bit about myself. I've been in corporate healthcare for over a decade, working for a company called Crossover Health. I've been treating and creating clinical pathways for top tech companies like Applied Materials, Microsoft, Sun Dimension. Been doing that for a long time, and it's been very fruitful and exciting, and which really led me into looking at how to be a service in regards to chiropractic and technology. As we all know, AI has pretty much disrupted every industry. There's not a day go by that you talk about AI. It's almost to the point from the insight, I'm tired of hearing it. Let's talk about the birds and flowers. Heading. But I'm really excited here to just kind of show you what we've been working on for over the last 4 years of building Wiggle Health and how AI and wearables are creating some amazing outcomes that we can utilize as chiropractors. And at the end, we'd love to show you how we're also connecting and utilizing AI as a provider network and helping chiropractors, physical therapists, and ergonomists be able to get connected to employees faster within their network so that they don't lose time and cause chronic issues. So with that said, I will just get started. I'm going to go over these slides really fast because I myself don't pay attention a lot when it comes to presentations that are long. So I'm going to make it punchy and fun. And if you have any questions, I have my email address. Please email me. Love hearing from chiropractors and seeing how we can make this great. So with further ado, let's get started. So already we could just start with the biggest problem right now when it comes to the employer space. This presentation is going to be more focused on how AI and wearables work within the employer space, because that's where the space I've been in and understand very well. There's a company called Locked In. They focus on benefits and they give stats and data on medical claims every year. Recently, actually last week, they just put out a new report on what are the healthcare trends of 2026. And what would you know? MSK is number 3rd leading cost of healthcare claims, medical claims for employers. It outbeat mental health. And I was so upset because I'm like talking to all these HR managers over the years. They've always kept investing into mental health issues, but mental health is not one of the top 5 leading healthcare expenditure costs. It's actually it's actually number 7, to be honest with you. And so when we look at what's going on is we have so much outside noise of we need to focus on mental health, in which we do. However, the big silent killer right now is still cardiovascular, cancer, and musculoskeletal issues. So I say all this to say this. There's a big need for us as chiropractors still in the employer space. However, we have to shift in how we are being needed, because a lot of the employers who are focused on benefits and wellness are trying to find better access for their employees to have care. And we have to look in that from a digital perspective now, because they're now shifting from, hey, should we have this on-site chiropractor to, oh, if we can have this app that can connect us, that saves us money and gains access. And that's what we're doing here with the Wiggle Health. So there is a silent killer that's happening within MSK. Chiropractic is still needed, but we need to shift our thinking of how we can be at the forefront of this. Within that shift, we've starting to see that the solutions that are out there now, they're not bad. You have the physical therapy digital platforms like the Hinge and Sword. They've been very good at reactive care, cutting cost on surgeries and medicine. However, since the cost is still high, we're still needing to focus on more proactive care. I just had a conversation with a benefits broker the other day. He's like, Mason, look at these stats. The premiums are going up 40%. That's a lot for employers. Now that's cutting into the bottom line. And so he's telling me the conversations that he's having is companies are looking for prevention care because the premiums are going up. Now, obviously, claims are a part of that, but inflation is a part of that too. But they're really trying to figure out how can they cut that down. And so the old way of doing things have been more reactive, where someone has pain, you schedule, you wait, you get treated. That treatment plan varies based on the provider, and that is costing the company money, especially if you wait for it to be a chronic issue. But this new way is more focused on how can we predict these things from happening? Because if we can predict it ahead of time, we could shift the thought process of waiting to something be chronic and prevent it, which will save cost. And that's what we're getting into with Wiggle. Before I get into our secret sauce and what we created, I want to let you know that within the last 4 years, we have tested this out with some of the leading giants in the tech industry, like Meta, Amazon. We've even connected to some blockchain companies, and we are just partnering with a big benefits broker company called Benny to help us infiltrate this more into a lot of companies. So our solution is already proven within our partnerships, and we're continuing to build out this as a way of a leader in preventing MSK claims. I have to tell you, as we're focusing on as we're focusing on AI will come in with a wearable. I don't know if you're in the Silicon Valley or not, but we're already talking about robotics. That's the hardware to AI. And so when it looks like, when you're looking at AI, you got to see that there's wearables that are going to enhance the AI so that it can learn better. And right now, watches and rings are the thing right now. Over 53% of workers are utilizing a wearable. And watch and a ring is just not the only wearable. Even your phone has data there, or sensors, where we can collect the data. Your phone knows how long you sit. Your phone knows when you pick it up. Your phone knows your step count. All those different data points are already put into play. And by 2028, MSK will be monitored a little bit better than it is now. And we look to be the leading platform for that. So we're seeing these numbers with wearables and AI, fewer MSK claims, and faster recovery, along with helping employees have more productive days already, just by changing our behaviors and by giving employees better data and employers better data as well. So I will go in and show you how AI is transforming musculoskeletal injuries and how we as Wiggle Health are doing it. So this is kind of like our overall part of our system here. We have this thing in our company where our focus is delivering over 8,760 microchecks a year. And we do that through passive sensors. So that's like your wearable. I don't necessarily need to ask employees or users all the time of how's your pain, your range of motion. All that can be done through passive sensors and picking up different behavioral patterns. Now, where that separates us and differentiates us, should I say, is just imagine an employee comes into your office and you do an intake form, and then 2 weeks or 6 weeks later, you reevaluate that. A lot of things can happen within those times. And it's not to say that those are not valid assessments. We definitely still need those assessments. But the average person sees a chiropractor on average 4 times a month. So every other time in that month, there's a chance to get data. You always hear, a person will come back and say, oh, my back hurts. And then, oh, my back feels better again. Oh, my back hurts again. But the injury could be due to something different. And so when we have AI and wearables, we're able to create better outcomes through these passive sensors. We're able to do micro checks. We're able to predict things. We're able to give them personalized nudges. And one thing I love the most that I think chiropractic can shine on is we're able to connect them to care faster and connect them to the right care. So this is what we like to call our AI engine and our system, and how we utilize Wiggle Health in the employer space. From that system, so think of what I just showed you as the brain of everything. It's like the back end of everything. This is the front end. This is what employees or users get to see. They get to see this screen where you have all your information about your data. Think of this like your sleep score. You have a sleep score, you have a fitness score. Well, Wiggle Health provides you with a musculoskeletal score. And from that musculoskeletal score, we're able to predict if you're going to have an excellent day while working because we know you're moving more throughout the day, or if you're having a long day and you're sitting in your chair, we're able to say, hey, tomorrow might be a little challenging. You might want to sit there and do some stretching, or you might need to see a chiropractor, or you might need to do some digital care, like do a low back plan on our platform. So we're able to predict injuries based on passive sensors. We're able to connect them to care. We partner with Aetna by providing Aetna providers on our platform. So we have over 12,000 providers nationwide that we can connect users to physical therapists and chiropractors right now. We plan on expanding that into other networks like Blue Cross Blue Shield, which we're in conversations right now, especially in Louisiana. And we're really focusing on seeing how we can make the insurance process more frictionless for the provider. Third thing is when it comes to the employer space and trying to tackle MSK, engagement is huge. That allows us to show if outcomes are improving. And so we not only focus on providing digital solutions and even a hybrid solution of connecting them to the right care, but we also provide them with challenges throughout their workday to get them moving throughout the day. So it might be like a stretch exercise challenge with their employees. It might be a step challenge, or it might be how many minutes can you do activities for that week. And this is all pretty much geared to really focus on improvement with engagement. The last feature that we have, which is really cool, that we're really, really excited about, is our AI chat. And again, AI is, if you look at AI, a lot of times people are looking at AI as just a chat center, whereas ours is a little different. We are communicating with your data from your wearable. So not only you can engage with a chat and ask question like a triage, anything dealing with musculoskeletal issues, ergonomics, all that, but we could take into consideration the data that we're getting from your wearables and actually have a conversation with you. And I think that's the cool part about where we're going with AI is a lot of times we are waiting for someone to have a conversation about their symptoms. Just a great example is when someone comes into your office and clinic, they're coming in because they have a problem, right? And they are then teaching you or telling you about their problem. But the beautiful thing about AI is we can pick up on data, trends, and whatnot, and start to have a conversation with the employee or the user before this becomes a problem. So this is a really cool feature where if we're seeing someone sitting for long periods of time, we can say, hey, we noticed you've been sitting for long periods of time without any activity. What do you think about we recommend you doing a stretch break? And that person can engage or not engage. And depending on the level of where they're at, that could be a high risk, medium risk, or low risk. That helps us decide where do we go next. Do we give them a digital solution, or do we connect them to care right away? So think of our Wiggle AI chat as like a musculoskeletal triage / co-pilot. We call him Carter right now. So it's pretty cool. I'm finishing up here because I definitely want to show you parts of the platform, and I would love to talk to you more about what we're really building out in 2026 is what we like to call the Wiggle Connect. And this is where we are trying to really enhance and route employees and users to the right providers in their area. One of the biggest pain points for employers and HR managers that I talk to, they're like, Mason, we love the digital aspect, but our employees still want to see a chiropractor, but we need them to see the right chiropractor, or we need them to see a chiropractor in our network. And a lot of times when people are looking for chiropractors, they either are Googling or getting a referral from a friend. And that's not a bad thing. However, that costs a lot for the employees because if it's at a network, that claim is higher cost. And so what we've been able to do is partner with providers like chiropractors and physical therapists, and I can kind of show it to you in a second. But we want to verify them so that our AI system can make that recommendation to the employee of that provider. That's the future. If you look at how social media has transferred into verifying what is real and what is not, or who's who, you have a verification check mark, right? For if you're a celebrity or if you're an ex and you want to make sure you are not spammed or anything, you get verified. And just due to the fact of all the different conferences and medical conferences that I've been to seeing, I definitely see us shifting in a medical industry of verifying providers. And so from a physical medicine standpoint, Wiggle is the leader at doing this. Think of like ZocDoc. I know ZocDoc blew up by having all these providers. And I think ZocDoc was great. However, it's not really positioned to enhance the chiropractic industry, whereas Wiggle is really focused on chiropractic first and helping them provide the right utilization to not only the employees, but utilization to the provider as well. So high referral pre-qualifying for real musculoskeletal data we provide, as well as helping you get higher visits within that. So I'll go ahead and show you that in a second. And we've already had numerous of doctors tell us like, man, thank you. This has been such a great help of being able to have this profile where not only I can be more visible from the digital world, but I can also even see how I can utilize my digital content for monetization on our platform. So it's pretty cool. Ending off, again, like I mentioned in the beginning, we've been really partnering with companies, and within that, we've had some case studies that have been very successful. Arch System is one of our clients that we've been working with, and when we first started talking to them, they were really heavy on the solutions for mental health and not having any solutions for physical health. And so they wanted us to come in and see how we can help support their company, because not only they were headquartered in Palo Alto, but they're a global company. They're all around the world, and they wanted engagement with each other, and they wanted to have something of supportive ergonomic support. And then lastly, they wanted to work on decreasing the claims. And we were able so far, and we're continuing to really impress them with the data that we are providing their team with, enhancing, 62% engagement just for thoughts, making sure they're also OSHA compliant with ergonomics, reducing claims by 40%. So really cool case studies that we've been able to do there. I'm just going to I have this slide here, and I'm just going to keep it simple. I've had a lot of conversations with chiropractors, very mixed, but I will say this. The best way to say this is a couple months ago, I was at a conference that Stanford put on talking about AI and what does AI look like within the medical world. And obviously, it's very useful in the medical world. But I had a pristine medical doctor just pretty much say this: anywhere in the medical industry, if you're not familiar with AI, you will be left behind. And I was like, I don't know about that. But over time of looking into that seminar, he actually was right. Here's what I'll tell you what the medical side is doing, and maybe that will allow us to see how we should operate too. And I wish I would have put this in a slide, but 63% of patients at Stanford actually preferred to utilize an AI system, LLM, over an actual human doctor. 63%. It was so crazy of that study. And if you want it, you could definitely email me and I'll send it to you. To the point where Stanford is looking to figure out how to utilize AI and robotics as an entry level for primary care within the next 5 years. And yes, you're probably saying, oh, well, that's for medicine. That's, it's supposed to be like that. However, the biggest thing that he said that really shocked me, like I'll say it again, he said, those medical doctors and those healthcare professionals who actually know how to use AI will accelerate within the next era of healthcare. And those who don't know will have a real tough time in any area of healthcare. And so I say this to say, is AI going to replace chiropractors? Absolutely not. But I will say that AI will enhance those chiropractors who actually know how to utilize it. And so that's why I'm so happy to be a part of this seminar, because we are really showing people the future of how to educate yourself in all different aspects, from EHR to marketing to communications to outcome, how to utilize AI as a co-pilot in your practice. And I believe if we are able to do that, you're going to see less burnout in our industry, more enhancement, more happiness, and you're going to be able to really love what you do. And I know there's a lot of things that AI can do that can help enhance our treatment skills and our business skills, all that. So I just urge everyone on here to don't resist it, don't fight it, but engage more into it. Ask questions. There's a lot of different workshops, even outside of this, that can really help you enhance your knowledge about AI and how to utilize it for the good of our industry. So, yeah, I just put this up here, and it's just echoing the previous slide. I could have just took the other slide out, but I actually believe we are living in a golden era for chiropractic. I believe with the ability of AI, wearables, and connecting digital content, we will be able to rethink the way we look at our practice. I think right now, even we're like a brick and mortar practice, but I think we're going to be able to reach the globe if we were to think differently. And that's what I'm trying to really focus on with physical medicine providers is how do we just don't look at the fee for service? How do we look outside of that? How do we blend in content creation and get paid for that? And even potentially get paid for that in our sleep. And that's where we can go with AI. That's where we can go with understanding how to shift our mindset from having to go in, having to see these patients. We are the greatest. They have to get this adjustment. I'm not against the manipulation and not against the adjustment, but I just go back to the point of even when we became doctors for the 4.5 years, I would say actually 2.5 years of our education, we literally sat there and learned so much. And we have so much great knowledge here that utilizing that into a digital content can get us paid beyond the 9-to-5 that we're doing. And I think if we were to look at our practice from that perspective, we will be able to learn how to continue to progress the profession in this new it's like more of a tech era compared to the industrial era that we're leaving. So again, this is the golden era. This is not the end of chiropractic, but it could be a beautiful beginning for our industry. And that's where we're really excited at Wiggle to partner with chiropractors. We're really wanting to focus on how can we get these chiropractors within our network and utilize AI, utilize these technology, utilize your content to push out to people and partners of our network so that you're being seen. So being listed on Wiggle Connect is huge. I highly recommend you to sign up. It's really a great AI-powered tool for referrals, especially when companies have remote or hybrid employees. And it's really going to just overall help you enhance your digital presence. So I have a QR code here, which you can take a screenshot and it'll take you to our Wiggle Connect page. And you can be able to pretty much sign up. And if you have any problems, let me know. You can email me and I can make sure we get you signed up. But you can create a profile. You can let us know within that profile, you're going to be able to let people know a little bit more about you. Think of it as if you're an Instagram person or you're a Facebook person, you kind of understand or see that person and understand their profile. This is the same type of concept, but now you can put how much you charge, being transparent, or what insurance do you take? What are you really good at? Are you good at, the cervical manipulation? Are you good at, lumbar manipulation? Like, just think about this, because at the end of the day, getting new patients is like dating. And so, you want to put the right cards out there so that you can have a good shot at that. And we want to help enhance that, especially when it comes to patient referral. So again, so you could sign up for that QR code and be able to be a part of our network as we continue to grow it. A little bit about our team. Again, myself have been at Crossover Health for over a decade. We've been into so many companies, I can't even list them all. I believe I was the third chiropractor in the company. And now we have over, 200 to 500 physical medicine doctors. So that's including physical therapy, chiropractors together. So it's been such a great blessing to be a part of the company. I've learned so much, but I wouldn't be able to do Wiggle without our team. We have a product manager and our COO from Apple, and our CTO who leads AI from Applied Materials. So we're well equipped to get this to where we need to do it. So again, thank you. I'm sorry if I bored you with this this topic, but I really wanted to just come in here and show you where we're going within the future of AI and how chiropractic is so important in this next era that we need to think of. We really need to enhance our education in a digital perspective if we want to keep moving forward. And Wiggle is a part of that. So we would love for you to just join us on this journey, whether if you want to be a partner, whether you want to be on Wiggle Connect, anything, please feel free to reach out. My email address is right there. But we want to hear more from chiropractors, because the more we're united in creating a digital platform, we can stand alongside the Sword Health, the Hinge Health of the world, and we can feel proud that we have a digital platform that is pushing the narrative of preventing musculoskeletal issues. So thank you very much. With that said, I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I'm going to show you our platform as a whole. And unfortunately, I did this earlier. Sorry. So I can't show you the app itself, but if you are very interested in seeing the app itself, one, you can download it. Two, we'll be more than happy to do a demo for you. So if that's what you like, we can do that too. But let me just show you from, I want to show you from the start, and we'll, sorry, I do look at TMZ a lot. Sorry. Okay, so here's our website here. If you get a chance, check it out. We are updating it this year, so more to come on that. But once you go to when employers log in, this is what they see. With our platform, when employees download it, they're able to see a bird's eye view of which percentage of musculoskeletal issues is going on within their company. This is huge because some employers don't get their claims until the end of the year or end of the month or whatnot. So this kind of gives them a little bit of an insight of 41% of my employees have shoulder pain. And this is really good insights of saying, where do we need to spend more time as a wellness initiative to, decrease these types of issues. We have the Wiggle trends. You can see each month of where the trends are. with workstation assessment, risk score, activity, pain, registration. When it comes to compliance, we built this compliance platform inside of our whole engine, because compliance is a big thing for companies. So we're able to tell you how many employees are healthy, at danger, or at risk. We have a famous ROI calculator calculating productivity loss, employee time, all that stuff. You can see how many active users, total users, how many nudges that we've done, how many employees that report discomfort. The biggest thing we love is we're able to share from a perspective of like globalization. Companies have to have, they have to understand what are other countries' laws and regulation when it comes to like OSHA, like ergonomics. And so we have every country in the world, what their laws are, what their regulations, what are the recommendations that are the requirements that are needed. So if they have employees in, Canada, we make sure that they know that they have to do ongoing ergonomic assessments and health and safety. We have a monthly report that is AI generated. And so it just pretty much tells a story of what's going on for the month of that month. And I love it because, again, it's a story about, just everything that you saw from the front page, but it's broken down into that month. So you see how many workstations been completed, how many assessments were done, how many assigned trainings were there, how many of them were completed, how many hours people were sitting, standing, steps, workouts, you name it. We have the data there for the employer. So it's pretty cool. If there was a chance that someone needed to have like an OSHA complaint, our system would auto-populate that for the employer. So it's really awesome that we're able to do that for them. And then I'll just skip to this one where organization setting. Some companies already have their own ergonomic setup. We can also provide them, their employees provide them with like solutions like a desk through our app. Unfortunately, I can't show you the app or it'll disconnect, but I'd love to connect with anyone who wants to see it from that perspective. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know if there's any more questions with that, but I will, one last thing, show you our provider list. This is our providers list where we have providers on there where if you wanted to connect with us, you could list your practice. This is where you would go to get started to list a practice, and it will auto-populate into our system here. But just to give you a high level, we have this on our app, but we also have it on a web page. If you wanted to like sit there and say I have discomfort and then load back, then it will upload and then it would give you that recommendation. As you saw, it just said, hey, here's what you should look at is probably a chiropractor for low back discomfort. And it will sit there and connect you to San Jose Holistic Healthcare Clinic. You'll learn a little bit about them, their services, and this person has not activated their account yet, but if they activated their account, then there would be a little bit more information and personalization of the profile. So that just kind of gives you a little bit of an over highlight of our provider network that we're building, and we're able to allow us to give you that contact to that provider over time. We want to be able to show transparency of costs too, so that people are able to know what's a potential visit cost is going to be like. So yeah, that is our Wiggle Connect, which is our really just our way of building a community of providers like chiropractors. We have physical therapists on there. You can search it. It can come here and you can see where all these physical therapists are at on the side, and you can just learn more about them. So it's pretty cool of what we built. Again, you can do the same thing for chiropractors, and it will show you that on the map. So I'm really excited of what we built, and I hope that this is exciting for you and seeing how we are utilizing not only just AI, but technology, but just overall forward thinking of how we can push our industry forward in this new tech era. So thank you for the time. And I look forward to hearing from you all. And if, again, you have my contact, and I'm excited to have you come alongside us on this journey of helping others out there. All right. Thank you very much.
Next up is one of the hosts of this Chiro AI Summit, Dr. Bo Pierce with ChiroCoach.ai. Many people seek Dr. Bo out for his expert insights in clinical operations, marketing, and more. And he has developed Chiro Coach AI to really be able to extend that knowledge base throughout all the domains of practice, making it really easy for you to be able to connect, get answers, and take action. Here's Dr. Bo Pierce with Chiro Coach AI.
What's going on, everyone, and why the heck am I holding a binder that looks just like this? Well, if you have ever coached with a chiropractic coach, you probably have one of these, or maybe you have a stack of these that are sitting just like mine are down behind a cabinet and below. This is what we learned on in the past, guys, right? Like if you wanted chiropractic coaching, if you wanted business coaching, this is what our chiropractic coaches, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm in the same boat because I coach chiropractors as well. And I'm going to show you guys something today that, in my opinion, is going to turn the coaching world on its head. So no longer will you ever have to have stuff that looks like this because AI is completely taking over. You know, here's the reality of things, guys, is that a lot of us chiropractors are just overwhelmed in practice. Matter of fact, you got into the profession not to probably run a business. You got into chiropractic because you love people. You found out how amazing chiropractic is, and the things that you can do on your tables literally are life-changing. And then when you graduated, one of two things happened. Either A, you went to work for somebody else who may or may not have given you the best associate experience and constantly said, guess what? You need to bring in new patients. You need to understand how to run systems. You need to know how to operate a business. Or you went out on your own, probably in a smaller place, tried to open your doors and just figure everything out at one time. Now, if you're anything like 99% of chiropractors out there, it is overwhelming. And the reason is because honestly, in school, they never, ever taught you business. Now, I'll be honest with you. I graduated about 15 years ago. And yes, they did offer a business class, but let's be truthful about it. You know, what they always say is those who can't teach. And, you know, if there was doctors who were making millions of dollars a year, they're probably not teaching at our chiropractic colleges, unfortunately. So we were kicked out of school. And then we started to realize, what are we going to do? How are we going to run and operate a business? And you turned to a coach, or hopefully you at least turned to coach. And, you know, here's the deal, is that coaches, and I've had a lot of coaches in my time. I've had some great mentors. This is not to talk bad about coaches by any means, but coaches are a few things. Number one, they're incredibly expensive. Number two, each coach kind of specializes in one or two things that they do better than anybody else. And then number three, you join these coaching programs, and most of them are 6 months to a year or even a 2-year commitment or curriculum. And where you are in your practice at that exact moment, that may take you 5 months until you actually get the answers to what you're looking for your practice. So I decided to do something completely different. Matter of fact, when I wish I had Chiro Coach when I graduated, to be honest with you. And the reason being is that I felt like there was different stages of my career, and there was different times when I needed different things from different coaches. And a lot of the times I would bounce from like coach to coach, or like I would join a program and then like I would have all these questions, but nothing was really personalized to me. It was like their generality or their curriculum. And it really wasn't any like thing that was like, oh, this is specific for my type of practice. Matter of fact, we all know that there's tons of types of practices that are out there. I mean, you could be an upper cervical doc, you could be a peds doc, you could be high volume, you could be low volume, you could be more rehab focused, you could be only subluxation based. Yet so many of us chiropractic coaches basically try to teach the same system from the same templates. And unfortunately, that just doesn't work. Now, in the old days, we would tell you to, hey, try to find a coach that emulates your practice style. Meaning, if you followed that guy or that girl, you would then ultimately become what they were becoming in their practices. And to be honest, that's how most of us coaches started, right? We coached with somebody else, then we got really successful in practice, and people started to ask us, how do you do this? Or what did you do? Or what? So we've decided to, hey, look, why don't we then take what we're doing and coach others? And I think that's an incredible model. And I love the mentoring model of it. However, in today's modern world and in today's modern practices, some of those things have changed. People want answers immediately. A lot of times the margins of profitability are so narrow and so thin that unfortunately a lot of chiropractors can't afford to spend $500, $1,000, $2,000 or more dollars every single month on a coach. So luckily, with the advent of AI, I have built something that is going to solve all of those problems. Literally, it literally will solve every single problem that you probably have in your practice. Now, most people hire a coach for two things. They hire them, number one, for operations and systems, and number two, for accountability. It's the second one that most people will continue to come back for as far as coaching. And I see that personally, even with the coaches or even with the clients that I coach personally, is because you need someone to be accountable for it. So what we've done is we've built these things into Chiro Coach. Now, you may be asking, what exactly is Chiro Coaches? Okay, I'm going to give you the definition. I've written it down here. It's beautiful, but let's talk about it a little bit deeper, okay? It is a suite of 14 specialized chiropractic AI coaches built for the real problems chiropractors face on a day-to-day running and operating your business. Now, what does that mean? I'm going to kind of go through the coaches a little bit for you guys. Do you have an understanding of kind of what we're doing? Now, I was going to show you up here on the computer and go through the whole thing and but I just felt like it's better just to have a communication. And then once you kind of grasp at the idea, then you can go on to chirocoach.ai and you can dive in for yourself. Matter of fact, if you're part of the Chiro AI Summit, which you are right now, I will personally be emailing you with a code that you can go on and use Chiro Coach for free. Now, if you're part of our VIP group, which a lot of doctors are, which is super, super cool, I'm actually going to be emailing you another code and you can have access to Chiro Coach for 3 months for just $1. Just $1. That's all I ask. If you don't like it after 3 months, I'll give you your dollar back. But I will guarantee, because I've seen this with hundreds of doctors so far, they're like, Bo, this is the most incredible tool I've ever used in my practice. My practice has grown more in 2 weeks than it has in the last 2 months because of exactly what Chiro Coach is giving me. So let's talk about it. So what are these 14 coaches? Now we start with the master coach. I'm going to dive into that a little bit and more, but for sake of being, the coaches that are there specialize, which means each coach is specially trained to do one thing for your practice. Now, you may be saying, well, Bo, I have ChatGPT. I can use ChatGPT anytime that I want. And to be honest, you can. But here's what ChatGPT doesn't have. Number one, ChatGPT is not trained by a chiropractor. It does not understand chiropractic knowledge. It doesn't understand chiropractic insights. It doesn't have the business training of chiropractors. It doesn't understand the day-to-day problems that we face as a chiropractors, nor does it understand how to give you the solutions to best suit your practice specifically for your practice. I'm going to dive into that in a second. But what are the coaches? Okay, let's dive through some of these coaches. Social media coach, a full email marketing coach, a billing coach, an HR coach. Yes, HR is still a thing in chiropractic. A new patient rainmaker, how to generate new patients. I have a full coach built on how to build rehab programs for any patient in your practice. A cash flow coach, which means how do I take this money and divide it up? So number one, I'm profitable. Number two, I can pay my taxes. And number three, I can pay my staff and myself as well. I have a coach that teaches team accountability, hiring, firing, onboarding. It's all done inside Chiro Coach. An associate hiring engine, a website coach. As you guys may know, I own a small portion of Well-Rounded Marketing, which is a very decent size marketing agency. We built everything from that inside of this coach. So if you just want to do it all yourself, boom, it's all right here for you. I built you a Google review engine that does all of your Google reviews. It teaches you how to do it. And I also built you a full CA chiropractic associate training coach inside Chiro Coach, guys. All right, here's the deal. Each coach gives you step-by-step guidance, gives you the templates, the scripts, the campaigns, the emails, the training systems, the KPIs, teaches you all of the progressions, how to do it. Guys, ChatGPT can't do any of that. Only Chiro Coach can do it because I trained it inside chiropractic. Do you guys understand that? Very, very big differentiation. People would say, oh, I use ChatGPT. And like you've probably heard on this entire AI Summit, people talking about it, but they're also talking about the limitations to it because you've got to train it to catch up to speed so it knows what to give you as far as feedback back. I've done all that. I've beat all of that. Not only that, I'm going to show you how we personalize it here in a second. At the end of the day, these 14 coaches are literally like giving every chiropractor a full coaching staff. Now, if you were to hire out all of these coaching, like all 14 of this, you'd probably be spending like $30,000 to $50,000 a year. I'm not going to joke. Why? Because I've spent all the time, the money, the energy, I've done all of it, and I've dumped it all into Chiro Coach for you guys to use. Okay, so how does it work? This is how it works. And to be very upfront, I definitely want your guys' input as you start using it. When you go to chirocoach.ai, on the right-hand side, you're going to see a text box. The name of that coach, his name's Chiro, Kyro. The entire purpose of Chiro is to start to learn who you are. Now, you don't even have to sign up for it at this point. All you have to do is like literally go on and say like, hi, my name is Bo. And it's going to start talking to you. And over the course of about 5 minutes or so, it probably asks you like 6 or 7, 8 questions. It wants to start to learn what type of practice that you are. It also is going to start asking you, what does your dream practice look like? You know, as a coach myself, like I told you, a lot of times people will come to me and they'll say, hey, Bo, I have a problem. And I'll say, what? And they'll be like, I need new patients. And then they want to dive down into that. And really what I want to do is ask them like, okay, pull out a fresh sheet of paper. What does this look like? Meaning like, if you could design your dream practice, what does that thing look like? High volume, low volume. You want to adjust 10 people on the beaches of Aruba? Or do you want to be in New York City and see 300 people a day? Do you want to be, high fee, low fee? You want to do lots of modalities, low modality? Like, what does your dream practice look like? And then where are you right now? And I guarantee it's not going to be here. It's going to be like here, right? You're going to have like, my dream practice is here, but really my practice is here. And here's the thing. Chiro Coach helps you bridge that gap. How does it do it? It does it by assessing your current practice and then gives you the best steps using AI to get you to your dream practice. Now, I don't know if you guys understand this. I get hired a lot of times by chiropractors and outside business people for me to come into their business and assess where they are at and where they want to be in 12 to 18 months. On average, I charge about $10,000 per day, which means I go to those businesses, I watch those businesses for 2 or 3 hours, I dive into their numbers, and then I figure out, okay, here's where you are, here's where we want to be. I don't care if you're a dentist, a chiropractor, you sell tires, here's where we are, here's where we want to be, and I need a roadmap to get there, and I need accountability to get there. Guys, I built that all in. It's all in Chiro Coach for you. So it starts, number one, with this master coach, Chiro. You go have a conversation for 5 minutes. It's going to ask you, do you want to do a deeper dive into your practice? Do you want to kind of keep it topical? It's very, very easy to use. You literally can like press the button and talk to it as well. Like I've built in all these features. I've built in responses for you. Now, here's the cool part. After, what it does is it actually becomes like your personal navigator. Now, the way that I can I explain it to you is, when people go to their medical doctor, they typically go to their primary care physician first. And then what do? They get a referral to a specialist. Chiro Coach does the exact same thing. So it assesses first off where you're at, and then it refers you to the specialist to help you build whatever you want first. Meaning this, hey, look, I want to completely rebuild my entire brand of everything. Okay, cool. We're going to send you the branding website, those types of specialists. Or, hey, look, I really, really need new patients right now to stay afloat. Perfect. We're going to create a new patient generator reactivation specialist that's perfect for you. So it's going to take those conversations. It's going to hand it off to the specific coach, already knowing what's going on. And then you can start literally immediately taking action. Also, Chiro Coach has accountability built in, which means this: if you say you're going to do X, Y, and Z, then guess what? Chiro Coach is going to hold you accountable. You're going to get emails. You're going to get text messages. It's a really, truly your coach, your AI coach. If you ask it, hey, look, I'm making $100,000 this year and I want to make $250,000 next year, it's going to ask you some questions and then it's going to build out a full game plan for you. It's going to tell you exactly what you need to do. Tell me how many patients you need to see, what your day looks like, new patients, reactivate. Everything, guys, is built in right there to Chiro Coach. Again, ChatGPT can't do this. Why? Because it doesn't know chiropractic. It's not a coach. It's just AI. AI in a lot of ways, guys, is like the internet, which means what? Yes, I have access to information. I can go and I could type in anything in here and it's going to respond information back to me. But what the internet doesn't have, that AI does have, is it has a neural brain basically, which basically allows me to input it and have conversation back with it to help tell you what you need to do next. Those are the two differences. People put information into ChatGPT and they expect it to come directly back. And in a lot of ways, it's not very good. That's why it's really important that whatever AI that you're using, number one, it's personalized to you and it's specialized in whatever outcome you are desiring, which means if you're trying to grow a chiropractic practice, that thing better be specialized in understanding what chiropractors do on a daily basis. If not, you're going to be spinning your wheels and you're going to get really, really frustrated. And you're going to say, AI doesn't work, and you're going to throw it to the wind. Okay, so let's walk through a few case scenarios. Again, very basic to use, guys. Anybody can use this. And here's what I mean by this. So I'm a second generation chiropractor. My dad is 73 years of age. I remember the first time I brought him an iPad and he was like, what is this? I don't think this is so good. I don't like this. I do everything we do good old fashioned chart here, notes, Bo here. What would happen if the Wi-Fi goes? What would happen if I don't have this thing chart? I still got my chart notes. And it took us a little bit, but guess what? Now he is an iPad, iPhone, Apple junkie. Well, let me tell you, Chiro Coach, he helped me. I would be like, test this and give me feedback. Test it, because here's what I know. I love my dad. A little insight here for you. I guarantee he's probably watching this. If a 73-year-old chiropractor who's been in practice now for 42 years of it can use Chiro Coach, and he walks in, he's like, Bo, this is the greatest chiropractic coaching I'd ever seen in my life. And he was a coach. I mean, he ran a very successful 7-figure business as well. And he was like, if I had this tool right now when I graduated, I would have had 7 figures within 3 years of practice. And I was like, wow, Dad, really? He was like, this is incredible. All you have to do is follow it and talk to it. Guys, that's what I'm building here for you guys. That's what I built. And it's getting better every single day. Okay, real world examples. First one, everyone wants to talk about marketing. So let's talk about that right off the gate. So what if you go on here and say, hey, Chiro, I need a full social media campaign built out. Like I need 30 Instagram posts. I need 30 Facebook posts. I need some YouTube videos. And I'm going to do a new patient generation tool on a new piece of software or a new thing. Done. 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It's all right there. Boom. Easy. Now, here's a real one. What happens if tomorrow morning you walk in and there's an envelope on your desk and it's from your office manager who's been with you for 10 years? And yes, we have the oh shit happen. I've had it happen. You've probably had it happen as well. How do I replace that person? Chiro Coach answers all those answers for you. Not only will it help you offload her or him, meaning like take everything that they do on a day-to-day basis, completely systemize it for you. It will also help you create the ad to find the right person, give you all of the questions to ask during the interview. Matter of fact, you can have Chiro Coach listen to you and it'll actually help you decide who's the best person for your job. Once you hire the right person, because remember, it's all about getting the right people in the right seats doing the right work, then it gives you a full 30, 60, 90, whatever you want to do, onboarding, literally creates a book for you if you want, for them to understand your practice and how to onboard in your practice. Guys, how much would you have just spent just for that portion alone if you needed a new person? Done. Takes 10 minutes maybe of you talking back and forth with Chiro Coach. It'll build it all out for you. It's amazing. AI, guys, this is what it's all about. Okay, third one, new patient generator. Perfect example. I bought myself a brand new Shockwave for my practice, and I wanted to focus on golfers. I love golf. You guys didn't know that. Here's what I did. I literally went to Chiro Coach. Said, hey, look, I just got this amazing new Shockwave device. I love it. I really want to focus on helping more golfers in my local area. Guess what I did? Built the full campaign for me. Yeah, built the handouts, built the scripts that I can use on social media, built the actual website as well, as far as running funnels and everything to it, so you could save that money on top of it. Built the outreach, built the reactivation campaigns that I can build inside of my current practice to send to those people, told me how to shoot the videos, gave me the scripting, even basically told me how to edit them as well, and how to build the full email campaign when I reached out. That probably would have cost like $4,000 to $5,000 if I would have hired a marketing agency to do it. And again, they don't know chiropractic typically. Now, you can do it in about 10 seconds, 15 seconds inside Chiro Coach. Shockwave, golf workup, cupping, decompression, lasers, Google ads. A lot of you guys want to run Google ads. You just type it in here. It tells you exactly what to do. Social media, done. Okay, here's another one. Example number 4, billing. Now, 78% of chiropractors still bill insurance. Some of you are going to go, eh. Other ones are like, yeah, guess what? Whether you do or not, that's up to you. But when was the last time that you got a denial and you didn't even know what it was? So here's what ends up happening. You get a denial and one of your staff members has to sit there and call for minutes, sometimes hours on hold, right? We hate it. It's the worst. We yell, we cuss at them. I do too. I'm the same thing. Well, wouldn't it be better just to take a picture on your phone and upload it to Chiro Coach, have Chiro Coach scan it and tell you why you got it denied? Yeah, it's done. It's all built in right here into Chiro Coach. Gives you the answers in like 2 seconds, so you can go and create the modifiers or change your diagnosis or whatever you need. It's all right there. Like I said, 10, 15 seconds to do it. Simple. It also knows all the latest ICD-10 codes. It knows all the latest charges that you need to put in. Matter of fact, it's even optimized to know which charges that you should be charging per insurance company to help increase your amount of reimbursement. Yeah, that one took me a while to do, guys. Not going to lie to you, but it's in Chiro Coach. So you just be like, hey, look, I see Aetna patients. What are the best charges that I should be charging for this person? Done. Simple. Write it all down. Or you could just ask it and say, hey, look, will you create a chart for me? And I take these insurances and what code should I be charging for highest reimbursement? It's done inside Chiro Coach. Simple as enough. All right. Number 5, clinical support. How many times do you guys question how often we should be seeing a patient? Or is there any amazing evidence-based research that's out there to support what I'm doing? Type into the Chiro Coach. It'll give you all the answers. Need a mobility program for shoulder rehab or knee? Again, type it into Chiro Coach. It'll give you all the answers. How about supplementation? A lot of us prescribe supplementation to our patients. Well, what exactly is in this MyoCalm? Just ask it. It'll tell you what to do. Matter of fact, it'll even give you scripts that you could be using to give to your patients or you could use on social media as well. Last example, because I know I'm running a little long. Cash flow. I know I touched upon that earlier. It teaches you guys how to look at your books, like your QuickBooks, which you can load up into it, and tells you how to divvy up your money, and it will tell you your profitability. Now, this is a major thing inside our profession because we always talk about that your overhead should run 50%, but sometimes we don't know if that fluxes up or down on a daily, weekly, monthly, or quarterly basis. But if you give it permission and it starts to access it, guess what? It's going to tell you exactly what you need to do, where you're being deficient at. You just say, hey, Chiro Coach, hey, Chiro, where could I add more revenues, bottom line revenues. And it'll literally look at everything that you're doing and work through it as far as that. All right. Now, why does this matter? Why should you do this? First off, here's what I believe. I believe, and you've heard me on the summit say this if you watch these, I do not believe that AI will ever replace chiropractors. No way. But I definitely believe that the chiropractors who utilize AI will replace those who don't. And why do I say that? Because of Chiro Coach, because of coaches just like this, and AI just like this, and tech just like this that you've watched all the last few days, because AI is here to help you be a better doctor. We just have to embrace the technology. You know, I believe that the chiropractor of the now and the future will be more systemized, more efficient, more personalized, more automated, and more profitable by using AI. That is really, in my opinion, how chiropractic surges more mainstream as we see the medical profession regress. This is the perfect time for chiropractors to step up and really, really, really take this thing to the next level. And as far as the business side of it, running your practice, in my opinion, Chiro Coach was built to be that bridge for you, to help you go from where you're at to your dream practice of where you want to be. Now, here's the pitch. At the end of the day, what would you pay for something like this? What would you pay for 14 specialized coaches? What would you pay for one master coach that knows everything about you, that literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you could go on, ask it any question about your practice and get a response? Now, traditional coaching, and I'm going to tell you right now, my traditional coaching program, if you want one-on-one time with me, is about $1,000 a month. Again, you get a call, 2 calls a month. It's great. Dive deep into people. Love it. But for a lot of people, they don't need that, number one, and they're not at the point of their practice where they can even afford that, right? Group coaching, one-on-one coaching, it's great, but the feedback is slow, which means we may not get to where you need to do. It's really not personalized. And like I said, you're only getting access to that one person or that one coach, like maybe an hour a week at the most. Well, Chiro Coach solves all that, right? Personalized, it gets to know you. It's available 24/7. It has all the systems that's built in, just like these coaches are going to tell you. There's no contracts in it. You don't have to travel. You don't have to get on a plane anywhere to go sit in a room for 8 hours and get, stale air blown at your face. It's all done, guys, right there. Okay, so the question is, how much does it cost me? Now, a lot of people would say, oh my gosh, Bill, you're probably charging what, $500 a month? No, I'm a chiropractor, guys. I'm just like you. I run the books just like you guys do. Like, I know where the margins are. I know how much, people charge things which may seem outrageous to you. So here's the deal. I opened up Chiro Coach to a beta group. They were amazing. I got tons of feedback from it. Thank you if you're a part of that group. Now, when you go on to Chiro Coach, it's free to use for the start. Now, how much does it cost? If you want access to all 14 coaches, it's $97 a month, $100, less than the cost of one new patient. And people have asked me, Bo, why are you charging so less? You should be charging $497 or $797 a month. Because I'm you. That's why. I'm a chiropractor. I want you to succeed in practice. And here's what I also know is that, yes, I could charge all of that, and I would probably still have a very good number of doctors join and use Chiro Coach. But I want everyone to have access to Chiro Coach. Obviously, I need to keep the doors open and I got to pay for all the AI. But I love my people. I'm here to serve patients. I'm doing chiropractic, I'm doing coaching, but I want you to be successful. I want you to understand that, look, this can be a tool that you can use every day if you want to, or you can use it a couple times a month if you want to, and it's not going to break the bank. And I've been in those situations where it's like, man, I'm paying $800 a month for this. I'm paying $2,000 a month for this. And then sometimes it doesn't work out. Or like, I feel defeated because I'm spending so much money into it. Now, I'm not here to tell me I have a poverty mindset, but what I'm telling you is that I'm building this for you as the chiropractor to use. And for $100 a month, in my opinion, this is a no-brainer. This is like oh, I'll just have this probably for the rest of my career because I can always go to it. It knows me. That's another thing. As you use it, it begins to know you more and more and more and more, and it creates a knowledge base about you. So whether a day, a week, a month, a year, 10 years from now, it's going to build and pull from all of those experiences to help personalize it better for you. So I wanted to build it so it was affordable a month that any chiropractor in the world can use it. That's it. Simple enough. That's really what it comes down to. You know, at the end of the day, I built this for us, for you and for me. And also I understand that most chiropractors are doing this alone. Like it is just you in your office with your staff, or maybe it's just you and one other chiropractor or associate that's in you. And it's hard to get really good feedback. You know, unless you're going to multiple conferences a year and you're spending thousands of dollars on flights and travel, you're literally in your office alone. Well, why not have a partner using AI that can help your practice grow and grow at an exponential level and can analyze it 24/7, 7 days a week to make you a better business person and a better clinician? So if you came here thinking that you're going to see a cool demo of Chiro Coach, I'm sorry, but now's the time. So jump on to chirocoach.ai and just give it a try. If you love it, amazing. If you hate it, tell me and I promise I'll make it better and I will do better for your practice. At the end of the day, and I've been saying this since I started chiropractic in 2011, that we as chiropractors, we not only need more chiropractors, but we need more successful chiropractors. And my prayer is that chirocoach.ai helps you be both. All right, guys, thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the Chiro AI Summit. You know, I built this with Jeff and Jason for this reason, to bring you guys, in my opinion, our opinion, the best AI tech tools and give them a showcase and an opportunity for you to make a decision for your practice. What is out there? What can help me grow? And how can I help AI leverage my time, energy, and money so I can serve more people? All right. Until next time, guys, I look forward to talking to you. And please ask me any questions. Get on chirocoach.ai. I'm here for you. Talk to you soon.
Next up is a long-term friend of mine, Dr. Stephen Franson at the Remarkable Practice. Their coaching group helps thousands of docs around the world build remarkable businesses and remarkable lives. He's going to highlight some of their new AI tools built into their coaching program that gives you on-demand access to their expert coaching 24/7, 365 in a really cool and unique way. Here is Dr. Stephen Franson. All right, hey everybody. I am fortunate to be sitting here today with a very good friend of mine and somebody that's about to open your eyes wide open. And that is Dr. Stephen Franson, head coach, CEO of the Remarkable Practice. In my opinion, by far, one of, if not the best coaching groups in chiropractic. And you're going to see why as we talk about what they are doing, how they are helping people, and the advancements they're using technologically within their coaching group. Stephen, thanks so much for coming on.
Dr. Jeff, what a pleasure and always a privilege, man.
It is my pleasure. So there's going to be some docs I know listening and watching to the AI Summit this week that might be a little bit unfamiliar with the Remarkable Practice. So let's pick it up right there. Now, maybe a little bit of history of yourself, the Remarkable Practice, and what are some of the problems you solve for chiropractors around the world?
That sounds familiar. All right, Jeff, thank you. All right, I'll do the Reader's Digest version. So yes, I'm a chiropractor. Yes, I'm married to my favorite chiropractor, Camilla. So Camilla and I started the original Remarkable Practice in Boston, 30 years ago. So we ran that practice at a super high level, high volume practice, Gunstead practice, hardcore vitalistic, systems driven, team driven, amazing multiple 7-figure practice that was all about patient education, delivering better clinical outcomes, better health outcomes and experiences. We were all systems driven. So I'm the systems guy. That's my moniker in chiropractic, which is a nice way of saying I'm the OCD DC. Everything has to be systematized. So attraction, conversion, retention, team building, collections, everything fully systematized. That drove a lot of our scalability and our success. But what was key to our success was the durability that we created with our associate doctor program. We had about 40 associate doctors, 39 associate doctors over a 17-year period. And it's not that I'm a terrible boss and everybody quit and I had to replace them. It was a 2-year apprenticeship. So I had awesome mentors as an apprentice, as did my apprenticeship, my internship, and associateship. So always had great mentors. So I wanted to pay it forward. And I love to coach people. So that's where I fell in love with coaching chiropractors. And after about 25 years in practice, started to coach chiropractors outside of the practice, fell in love with that. And that just took off and started growing like crazy. That was really the birth of the remarkable practice. But all the systems came from training up on all those awesome chiropractors over the 17-year period of running all those docs through our system. So we've been blessed again. We exited our practice, sold it, and started, just an incredible coaching business that now has thousands of chiropractors all the way around the world. We've got 16 coaches that all specialize in a different, what we call season of the practice. And we introduced this concept, this construct to organize conversations like this called the 4 seasons of the chiropractic career. So there's launch, build, scale, and exit. Launch is the first year in business when you start your own business, the launch season. And then build is when you're an established business, but you're the owner operator. So you own the practice, but you are the one doctor there that's head down, bum up, taking care of all the patients. Scale is when you take that job that you love and turn it into the business you've always wanted by adding multiple practitioners. So either through partnerships or more likely associate doctors. And then finally exit, right? So death, taxes, and exiting, Jeff. It's all about creating a graceful and profitable exit, which is a very rare thing in our space, but we're fixing that. So we coach and teach across all 4 seasons. We organize all of our clients, all of our content, our programs, and all of our coaches across those 4 seasons. And we have live events here in the US. We have Australia, New Zealand, now London, just launched in the UK. So, man, we're having a lot of fun helping a lot of people help more people.
I love it. I've been to some of the events, so I'll tip my cap to you and your team for doing a really, really awesome job. And everybody listening and watching, I'll encourage to connect with you and your team at theremarkablepractice.com. Now, today we're going to talk AI specific. So for many people listening and watching, maybe AI, coaching, how do these two things, fit? And I know you brought this up to me probably over a year ago now with some things that you were doing with AI. I thought they were really cool at the time. Now we're going to take a look behind the curtain and see how that's come to fruition. So I'm going to just ask you the question. How is AI helping you help more chiropractors?
Oh, it's amazing because, like I said, we're global. And although we have partners in Australia, we have boots on the ground team over there in the other hemisphere, it's still, hey, people want to have access to great coaching information, but more so transformation. And they want it 24/7, 365, right? So we leverage AI. We've actually created our 17th coach, right? It is our remarkable Sherpa, which, as weird as it is to say this, it's my AI clone, right? It's even more strange to speak to myself and talk to myself and ask myself questions to test it and have it answer me back in my own voice. So it's the remarkable Sherpa. It's an AI coach that has just been extraordinary. We've uploaded all of the remarkable practice content, really all of my material from the last 15 years of coaching. So we've got almost 7 years of our podcast in there. So the Remarkable CEO podcast, countless hours of coaching, countless hours of live event footage, 4 different academies across all 4 seasons of launch, build, scale, and exit. And my book that I wrote, The Remarkable Practice. So everything is loaded up into this thing. So Jeff, it is impressive, the answers that it gives. And what I'll say is it's the contextually and the content and the accuracy is exactly what I would say, right? So it's probably even more succinct and more exact, and it comes with references so you can go digging deeper. And I'm super proud to show it off because my team just did an amazing job of building this thing and putting this thing to play. And what's been really encouraging was how it's been received by our client base. So I'm taking you inside behind the curtain right now. All of our coaching clients and their teams all get access to this. And what you can see is this, we have 1,650 users up here, it's just been explosive. It just keeps growing. And to see all of the activity and all the conversations that are happening constantly, we can actually peek behind the curtain And I don't know, I don't think anybody would mind if we went into this. So don't be weird. Don't chase down these people. But what you're looking at here is these are all different conversations that have been happening. Like you can see an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 6 hours ago. Like this is like real time what our clients are asking and talking about. And you can see that the answers are impressive, right? This is beyond just like a short answer or some ChatGPT random answer. This is literally what Dr. Stephen Franson would say in the Remarkable Practice system. Here's what we teach, and this is what we do. What's cool, Jeff, as I go through this is a couple of things. Number one, I can see exactly what my clients are asking and what they're looking for, right? So there's a huge value in that, right? So you can imagine how this would translate into a practice, right? So you can see what people are asking, so you know exactly how to address, in your marketing, in your copywriting, right? So it's like subject matter for articles you write or social media posting or, live events or workshops or what have you. So you get this insight into what your people are asking. And that's one thing, right? So, but then what was unexpected was to see how many team members jump in there. So obviously my clients are using it, but then you see their teams jumping in there. So now my clients appreciate the fact that their office manager, their CAs, their associate doctors are actually asking the Sherpa. They're not bugging the owner, right? So not only are people not bugging me as a coach, they're not bugging the owner either, right? So I didn't necessarily appreciate that there'd be so much engagement. I'd say there's actually more engagement by the CAs and the office managers and the associates than there are by the owners. Now, on top of that, my internal team at the Remarkable Practice is using it, which is very cool, right? So you'll see like here, Therese, she is one of our admins. This is a new admin that we've added in the last 3 months, 4 months. So she's in there asking all of these questions and not bugging anybody else on our team and getting my answer, right? So it's like, talk about getting closer and closer concentric rings of influence on your team. So there's a new admin hire that's come into our business, right? So, and then I can also see like, my team, my coaches are in here asking questions. So if a client asks them a question that they're like, man, what would Franson say to this? How would he respond? Here's my answer right here, right? So, and look, and you can see this references in here as well, Jeff. Like all you got to do is you see these footnotes here. This basically takes you to our content that it's in the vault. So it's like, here's your answer and here's your reference. So take this information and run with it. So it's just continuing to reinforce the Remarkable Practice systems, keeping it the continuity and the purity of our information in our system. And it's just been so encouraging and exciting to see that, that there's multiple applications here that maybe a couple I just didn't even see. But you talk about becoming scalable. This is our 17th coach, right? So we now have the Remarkable Launch Sherpa, the Build Sherpa, the Scale Sherpa, the Exit Sherpa. And you can ask very specific questions and you're going to get the Remarkable Practice answer.
Yeah, this is super powerful. And I want to highlight a couple of things that I think are really, really important. One is that it's utilizing AI in a very unique way and in a super cool way that's very pragmatically applicable to the doc. What do I mean by that? This means that between the immersion events, between the CEO event, between even the coaching calls that you're having with your coach, you have instant access. And while, hey, having vaults of stuff is great, having instant answers is even better. And having both is the ultimate, which I know is what you've built. So I love being able to see where docs can 24/7, 365 be able to get really specific answers, because often when questions come up, there is a timeliness factor to that.
That's right.
So being able to have that's important. And I'll ask a question, a real simple one, but just super pragmatically for the docs listening and watching, they're like, man, coaching has been on my radar. I know it's what I need to get to the next level. I love a group like the Remarkable Practice taking this to the future, ultimately, with how they're implementing things in a directional way. How do you see people using this? Is it literally like you log on and you can text stuff in? For the docs who maybe haven't used something like this, how does it actually work?
It is so intuitive, Jeff. It's inside of our members area, right? So it's username and password protected. They get access to it. And literally there's just click the button for the Sherpa, I pop up and it's a picture of me, and you can literally either talk to me, like you can either just hit the microphone button and just talk to me and I talk back to you in my voice, which is really kind of creepy, but people like it. They're just conversational, right? So, or you can just type in, and regardless, the response is going to come back to you in text that you can then download and save, or you can just be texting right back and forth, much like a ChatGPT functions, right? So It's amazing. What I love is what I'm hearing is people like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to not feel like I'm like either bugging my coach or I have to wait for a response, because we've all been there where on Sunday night, your office manager says, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is I've fallen in love and I'm moving. And the bad news is I'm done into, and you're like, oh my gosh, or a person quits, or your CA is like, hey, I really want to meet with you tomorrow. I want to talk about my bonus system, or like my associate doctor wants to, get a comp plan in place. And it's like, it's Sunday night, Jeff. And you're like, how do I get this information? Literally, you can just jump on and you have me in your back pocket 24/7, 365. We're here. It's Thanksgiving coming up this week, right? So I know this is airing in a week, but Thanksgiving week, it's like you're at home and all of a sudden, like most chiropractors, like you got Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Isn't it nice? You're kind of like, this is a hang around the house weekend. This is a time when a lot of people are like, man, I got a lot of things I would love to do to button up the year strong and do my, my assessment of the year and my vision casting for next year. It's like being able to have the conversation with Coach, Dr. Stephen Franson through the remarkable AI Sherpa, just being able to just have that conversation back and forth and having that access is what I've heard. The feedback is just amazing, because it's those off hours and the in between questions, because frankly, that's how practice and that's how business hits us, right? It's in between those calls.
That is 100% right. So I got one more question for you. As somebody gets started with remarkable practice, they go all in. They go into the immersions. They're speaking with their coach. They're utilizing the Sherpa consistently. What are some of those keystone outcomes you look for when a doc really sinks their teeth in with remarkable practice?
So that's a great question, Jeff. So, we address all 5 domains of the practice and the business, right? So we're very careful to tease those 2 terms apart, right? So there is 2 sides to the chiropractic coin, right? So there's the practice and then there's the business, right? So all of us remember that day when we figured out that it's like, oh, wait a minute. Not only do I need to be a chiropractor and know how to be a doctor, I also have to know how to run a practice, right? And those are 2 different things, right? So regardless of whether you're an owner or an associate, you're like, oh, there's the being the doctor thing, the being a chiropractor. That's one set of knowledge and skill sets and identity, et cetera, right? So I also have to know how to run a practice, right? So that is the operations, the systems, attraction, conversion, retention, team building, collections, right? So that was kind of a holy shit moment for a lot of people. Like, oh my gosh, those are 2, I got to learn all this stuff. Well, for those of us who have started businesses, we know this is actually a 3rd identity and a 3rd set of knowledge and skill sets, et cetera. And that's called growing a business. So now you need to know how to be a chiropractor, the doctoring. You have to know how to run a practice, right? So that's the operations. And you need to know how to grow a business, right? So in the remarkable practice, we've been very careful to coach and teach both sides of that chiropractic coin and tease that narrative apart as much as they are conjoined twins, right? So, but they are 2 different conversations. So we coach and teach both the practice, the systems, the operations, and the business, which is the economic engine that drives the business, right? So ultimately, we're teaching both sides of that. So we want to see across all 5 domains for practice and business, we want to see those numbers moving, right? So we all want to make a bigger impact and a bigger income, right? So, well, that means attraction. You need to attract more qualified leads, right? So conversion, you need to be converting people to the care plans that you lay out for them. You've got to compel people to invest their limited resources in your services to solve their problems and reach their goals. And then you've got to be able to deliver, right? That's creating value and delivering value. That's patient education and actually giving people great care so they have better health outcomes and a better health experience. And then team building, which is the hardest and most important part of this, right? Which is learning how to surround yourself with a world-class team of A players. And then finally, there's the money. Jeff, no money, no mission, right? So this is a real black eye for most chiropractors. They just don't know how to run a productive and profitable business, right? So we want to see all those boats rise, right? So it is not just about one thing, it's all things, and we cover the gamut.
Very, very well said. Everybody listening and watching, Remarkable Practice and Dr. Stephen have also given a special offer for you as an attendee of the Chiro AI Summit. We're going to be sure to link that down below. Dr. Stephen, I really appreciate you taking the time and highlighting how coaching and AI are becoming maybe not one, but they're amplifying each other's impact together and giving docs even more opportunities to grow. Thank you
Jeff,
so much.
If I could wrap with just this statement is, our purpose is to restore health and our mission is to help more people. So everything that we do is a reflection of that. So what we want to do is we want to democratize this information, right? So we recognize that our coaching program can be considered a premium program for a lot of people, right? So I understand there's an investment that people at one point maybe aspire to, or whether if they're not ready to yet make the investment in coaching. I understand that. So what we wanted to do is create an opportunity for people to build up some momentum, right? So to build up some revenue so that they can invest in the coaching that they need in the future. So what we've created is we've created this easy entry point with the remarkable Sherpa. So if people want to learn more about that, they can jump on a call with us to figure out, hey man, how do I get access to that Sherpa so that I can have this AI coach help me get that momentum, build up the revenues and the resources, help me get a good, strong start so that I can one day afford to get to the coaching that I'll need to be able to achieve my goals and my potential. So I'd love to be able to talk about that. We've made this very approachable. There's an easy way to start with us. We would love to have the opportunity to get you some wins. Like I said, help you start growing the business and eventually earn your trust so we can work with you in the future.
Very well said. We'll be sure to drop that link. Docs, please connect with Dr. Stephen at the Remarkable Practice and take your practice to the next level. Now it's time to do so. Have a fantastic summit. Next up is Simplified Functional Medicine. And they do exactly what you think they do. They can help you with a turnkey system to build functional medicine into your practice without adding a ton of complexity. I've known their team and Dr. Chad Woolner for a very long period of time, and their system is one of the easiest out there. You're going to learn about the updates that they've made to make it even easier in their talk.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I got to tell you, this is one of my good friends in chiropractic, Dr. Chad Woolner. He is doing some amazing stuff, guys, in the world of brain health. Matter of fact, he has a company called Brain Restore Centers. Did I say that right?
You did.
Okay, perfect. And I wanted him to come on because not only is he doing what we do, meaning he's like actually in practice. I know you guys have been on the summit. You've heard from a lot of people that sit up in offices and not are on the tables a lot. Chad's on the tables. Chad's seeing patients. Not only that, he's helping doctors scale and really create a specialty niche inside of chiropractic. So that's why we wanted to bring him on so he could teach you guys more about what he's doing and how he is using AI in his practice in this business from a higher level. So Chad, I'm gonna let you just kind of take it away a little bit, man. Tell me a little bit about like Brain Restore Centers. Where did that come from? What do I need to know? And who specifically is this message for?
Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Dr. Bo. Always a pleasure when our paths cross. Appreciate you and all that you do for the profession and for us. We go way, way, way back, don't we? And so it's good to be here.
A lot of lines in our eyes, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Brain Restore Centers really is a project that we've been working on behind the scenes one way or another for the past 3-4 years. And really, this is a passion project. It's very much a project that is driven by a very, very big vision and sense of purpose. I think most people right now, if you were to ask them, do you personally, either yourself, have a friend, a loved one, a family member whose life has been somehow impacted as a result of brain-related issues or problems? I think most everybody could and would raise their hand if we were in front of an audience here. And that's I'm no exception to that. Many chiropractors know my wife's health history and story. She's had a whole lot of different health issues. She was a little over a decade ago diagnosed with thyroid cancer, had a complete thyroidectomy, dealt with a lot of the aftermath of that. But one of the biggest issues that she dealt with was some significant brain-related issues, specifically in the form of she dealt with very severe insomnia. And it was devastating to her. It was devastating to me. She went through that for literally, it was an 8-year battle, and it was horrible. And it's frustrating because when the person who's supposed to have all the answers and everything like that, the provider, you can't help your own loved one. It can be very, very frustrating. Good news is she's much better today. A large part of that is due to a lot of the things that we teach practitioners now. But unbeknownst to me, literally across the country, one of my business partners, Dr. Andrew Wells, he was many years ago involved in a very severe motor vehicle collision, catastrophic to the point he had to have a cervical fusion. His son was in the car with him at the time and started to develop some pretty significant motor tics as a result of brainstem injury that he sustained. And I share this. There's a purpose why I'm sharing this. Unbeknownst to us, our CFO, Dr. Jason Green, his father-in-law was not long ago diagnosed with a very aggressive form of dementia, Lewy body dementia. And him and his wife started looking for answers and solutions for him. And they took him to one of the premier kind of brain health clinics in the world and basically asked, what have you got for him? And they basically said, we can do some advanced imaging. And then from there, we'll likely just recommend some counseling and some supplements that might be helpful, and maybe some pharmaceuticals. And that's about it. And they were like, really? Like that's all you've got? And then our chief clinical officer, Dr. Trevor Berry, very well known in the profession and outside of the profession. He's a board certified chiropractic neurologist, brilliant practitioner, probably one of the most brilliant that I've ever met. He has a very strong vested interest in brain health. Both his daughters have a genetic predilection for Alzheimer's disease. And so he's very much on a mission to kind of help in that regard. And so I share this background so that people understand like what got Brain Restore Center started was really this connection and understanding, all of us realizing like our lives have been impacted. Something's got to be done different. We've got to do something different because currently the status quo isn't making a dent in what we're dealing with. Statistically, when you just look at the raw numbers, brain health problems are probably the #1 health epidemic of our lifetime. And when you look at the trajectory of where things are going, there's no slowing that down. And again, conventional approaches literally are offering nothing of substance to be able to start impacting these things. And so we started looking at this issue and we said, if we're going to start to really change the tide of things, so to speak, we believe to make an impact on this, the answer is rapid mobilization of a greater number of providers and practitioners to be armed and equipped with the right systems, tools, and protocols to be able to be rapidly implemented into their practice so that they can offer their communities a systems-based solution rather than it being a practitioner-dependent solution. And so that's kind of what got us started in this whole realm. That's what drives us. That's what we're passionate about, is we want to start making a dent in these issues that we see all around us, whether it's concussive or post-concussive issues, whether it's neurodegenerative diseases, whether it's cognitive decline or memory-related issues or brain fog, or you name it. Brain health and or mental health issues have just become such a massive epidemic, and we need better solutions. So,
okay. So for someone that's listening to this right now, this is truly a turnkey system, so to speak, for the doctor that wants to raise their hand and say, you know what? I think there's more to chiropractic than just basic musculoskeletal, low back pain, headache stuff. Like this is going all the way, quote unquote, up the chain, so to speak. We're talking brain now. And it's so funny. I mean, the more people I interview and the more people I talk to, everyone is either kind of, I don't want to say divided, but they're like kind of going into one of these two camps of like, no, I'm just going to be strictly musculoskeletal, lower back type of stuff, or like completely exactly what you're saying. Like we're seeing this with Tony Ebel with kids and the pediatric experience. And now you're coming along and you're saying, look, like, I think we even discussed this before on the pre-interview. You're like, Bo, did you know that 50% of all adults will have some sort of neurodegenerative diagnosis by the time they pass away? It's like, those are huge issues. And what better practitioner than the chiropractor to step into that role? So what exactly do you guys do? Because it's like, okay, this sounds like, let's say I was a doctor and I'm just like, okay, yeah, you know what? I think I want to change, or I think I want to augment my practice. Like, and I don't want to go back to school for 3 or 4 years and incur tens of thousands of dollars of more debt. And again, not even know exactly what to do when I get out. Like,
yeah,
what do you guys, I don't want to say sell, but like, what is your product? Like, what is your thing? And then ultimately, like, how are you guys using AI to implement that faster into the centers and places that you work with?
Yeah, excellent question. So first off, from a high level, really what we provide docs are really the 3 essential ingredients that they need to make any sort of an offering to their patients' work. So whether practitioners decide, hey, I'm interested and want to work with these guys or not, let me at least share with you something that would be of value. Because really, if you're looking at plugging any tool, technique, system, program, whatever it is, if you're going to offer any sort of an offering to your community, you really need 3 key things to make that run successfully. So again, you can apply this towards, let's say you want to invest in a new shockwave device, right? The shockwave's cool, awesome. It's good for joint pain or whatever it is. You're still going to need these 3 core things, right? You're going to need the clinical protocols. So what do we clinically need to do and what's the know-how? And again, this is very much for us. We've developed a plug-and-play system of protocols, literally a protocol workbook, if you will, that guides them and their team on how to actually deliver the care. So you need your clinical protocols, clinical know-how. Second, you need your business systems. And when we say business systems, that's everything from start to finish. When a person walks through your door, what's the system for educating them and quote unquote selling them on what you're delivering, and then the logistical systems associated with operating this new program, this new business, if that's what you want to call it, this new business system. So the business systems. And then third, how do you actually get those people to come to your door in the first place? The marketing systems, right? So when we kind of reverse engineer that, if you will, right, it should flow very logically, right? How do you get people to walk through your door to raise their hand? The right people that say, hey, I've got a problem. I'd be interested to see if you might be able to help me. Number 2, how do we then educate and enroll those people into care? And then third, how do we actually deliver something meaningful and deliver results for them so that what they actually get as a result of that exchange of their money and their time is valuable to them, right? And can we measure that objectively, right? So what we provide practitioners is a system that they can plug into their practice relatively quickly. And when I say relatively quickly, our goal is to get them up and running within 30 days. So they can have this implemented into their practice, so they can start offering this as a viable solution for people who are struggling with today's most common brain health issues. So that's what we're, first answer to your first question, that's what we're providing, or that's what we're offering. I hope that provides sufficient clarity and context there. Any follow-up questions on that?
No, I think that gives a little bit more clarity, because I think people obviously may not even have heard or have been exposed to the things that you guys are doing. You know what I mean? Now, moving down the chain, so to speak, on that, like how and what are you utilizing as far as AI to do these things, to help more practitioners, to help maybe educate better the patients that we're working with? Like, explain, maybe if you can show me some like behind the scenes stuff or stuff that you're doing utilizing AI.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I want to provide, again, anytime I'm on these types of situations, I want to be transparent, and I want to provide as much value as possible for the docs who are listening. And so if you guys get some nuggets out of this that are valuable to you, then mission accomplished for what we're talking about here. Because what I don't want is this to be nothing more than a thinly veiled sales pitch, you know, that in order to get the value, you got to sign up with our program. So truly, I'll share, I'll be an open book. In order for me to do that, though, I want to zoom out just for a minute and talk a little bit about kind of what's been upon us for the past literally 5 years or more with regard to the kind of advent of AI, and now it's here upon us. One way or another, I've been teaching practitioners about AI for quite a while now. I don't claim to be an AI expert because it's one of those technologies right now that it's evolving so rapidly that for anybody to even claim to be an expert is, I think, to some extent, a little bit of a misnomer. The thing that I would say is, by all accounts, from what I have seen, the networks and the other thought leaders or think tanks or whatever that I've plugged into, everybody is saying, you know, that the AI revolution, if that's what you want to call it, is going to massively dwarf the internet, which if we look back, you know, in our lifetime, we can recall what life used to be like pre-internet, which is kind of a wild thing to think, right? Your kids, my kids, you've got young kids, you've got kids that are, number one, going to grow up having never known what life is like without the internet, which is kind of a wild thing to think, and cell phones and things like that. Second, you're starting to probably get, your kids are still somewhat young enough that they're likely going to not really recall too much what life was like pre-AI, which is kind of wild to think about as well. And the reason I say that is because anymore these days, people talk a little bit about the potential existential threats associated with AI, the whole doomsday apocalyptic Terminator scenario. I'm not smart enough to predict that kind of a future, but I think by all accounts, most people can universally agree that there is an existential threat that is clear and right in front of us. And that is businesses that choose to embrace and leverage and utilize AI are going to continue to grow and thrive, and the growth rate in which they will be able to compress timeframes and implement things versus those who choose to kind of keep their heads kind of proverbially buried in the sand. Those businesses are seriously, there's a massive threat that's right there in front of them. And so I just want to set the stage with that first and foremost to help practitioners understand that, like, love AI, hate AI, just accept the simple fact that it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. It's not a flash in the pan. It's not some gimmick or trend. It's here,
We were saying the same thing the other day. We said, we don't believe chiropractic will ever be overtaken by AI, but I truly believe that the doctors who know how to utilize AI will take over the practices that truly don't utilize AI. And that's how,
absolutely.
at least I feel the positioning of, okay. Now, all right, so dive in. Tell me a little bit. Like, give me some stuff. Like, how are you guys using this? If I was a brand new doctor, I'm like, hey, Chad, I want to be in your guys' system. Like, all right, cool. I know, like, your guys' system is like super, super hands-on, especially if you're trying to get up and running in like 30 days. What do I need to know? What are the tools? Like, what are the places that you guys are going and using?
Yeah. I would say, the first step in this whole process, number one, think of AI like a Tony Stark Iron Man suit, right? Those practitioners who are just simply abdicating to AI. Hey, Chat GPT, do this for me. Hey, AI, do this for me. You can certainly do that, and you're going to get what you get. Where the practitioners who already are dominating and are going to continue to do so are those who use their own creative power and their own ideas augmented with AI, right? And so the first thing that I would say is this, leverage AI, and you can use a tool like ChatGPT to get clarity on your brand identity. It can really help you flesh out brand identity really, really fast. And what I mean by that specifically is go through a simple, so number one, the best advice that I could give, how do you, for a period of time there, people were talking about like magic AI prompts, and prompting is still legitimate. Like, prompt engineering is important and everything like that. But the biggest thing that I could say is think of your conversations with ChatGPT. Think about it like you've got the universe's most brilliant coach on any subject you could ever imagine, and that's how you would engage with him. Ask the types of questions. And so what I would do to start with brand identity is I would go into ChatGPT and I would say, hey, this is my business. I'm a chiropractor based out of, Southern California, whatever city you're in or wherever. And, but you're not Southern, you're like Central, aren't you? You're Central California. And I've got this type of practice, but we've never really gotten clarity on our brand identity. I want you to ask me a series of questions that are meaningful, that would really help get to the core of what I really care about, my purpose, my passion, my vision of what I want. And then at the end, what I want is I want a clear, no nonsense, no fluff, like truly sincere, meaningful vision statement, mission statement, purpose statement behind what we do. And the reason we start here, I used to think of these things as like kind of fluffy and silly and nonsensical. If you look at the biggest businesses in the world, the multi-billion-dollar businesses that are out there, one thing that they all have in common is they all start with this kind of vision and purpose. All of them do. It's nothing further than being it's not fluffy. And the reason why is because this acts as a filtering system for you. And this is ever more imperative because what AI is going to do is it's going to open up so many more infinite numbers of options. And while that's exciting, that's a major potential red flag and problem, because those options are going to pull at your bandwidth and your focus and your time and attention. And your time and attention should not be spent everywhere at the same time, if that makes sense. You have to have some sort of a filtering mechanism put in place now, especially because there's so many new shiny objects that are out there, especially with AI, that are going to pull for your attention. And so you have to have some sort of a guiding North Star before you begin any of this process. So I hope that's not lost on anybody, because prioritization of your time and your energy and your bandwidth is going to be one of the #1 premiums. And if you don't have something clear to focus your time and attention and energy and bandwidth on, you're going to be scattered chasing after every shiny little AI gadget gizmo software out there. And so I want that to be the first primary thing that I share with practitioners is #1, use it to establish your brand identity and your kind of mission, vision, and purpose in terms of why you're doing what you do, why you're here in the first place, right? Does that make sense first and foremost?
Totally
So
nailed it. Yep.
yeah.
Got it. All right. So,
So,
they got
okay.
they're really clear, and even specifically with this, because if you're going to become, I guess you call it a brain restore center, you're going to help like dial that in even more. So you're like, all right, these
Big
are the
time.
people that I want to serve. Like I love working with that, and I just want to serve post-concussion. I really want to work with Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease. Okay. Talk me through this more now. What other tools are you guys using?
So at this point in time, okay, so we've got, and again, whether you're working with us or whether you just want to do this for your own practice and your own situation, then what I talk about is this idea of solution curation. And so again, one of the biggest problems that I think practitioners do is they go to conventions, they go to summits like these, and they hear about new tools, new products, new services, new, especially if you go to like Parker seminars, which I'm guessing you're speaking at Parker again this next year or February. Is that when it is or whatever?
Correct. Yeah.
You go to Parker and there's so many cool toys and gadgets and gizmos out there. And they'll invest in these things. And then they'll be like, cool, I've got this thing. Now, how do I market this thing? And that's the exact, and I'm not saying you shouldn't buy those things. I'm not saying that at all. But you need to think about the end result or the end solution to the problem in the first place. And so the term I use is solution curation, meaning if we're going to communicate in a meaningful way to an audience that has a problem that we have a potential solution to, you need to be thinking about how can you solve that problem in the most comprehensive, complete way possible. So we'll use Shockwave as that example, right? People would think, okay, I've got this new tool that's amazing, and it's great for shoulder issues, let's just say, right? So how do I then market? Well, you could say, hey, I've got this gadget or gizmo, and it's great for people who are struggling with shoulder issues. So if you've got shoulder issues, come on in, and we'll do this, Shockwave thing. You could do that. A better approach would be, again, and from a software standpoint, you can use ChatGPT. I spend probably 80% of my time in AI using ChatGPT because I'm comfortable with it and I've used it. But what you can do is again, the prompt, if you want a magic prompt or whatever, would be, hey, I want to help people who are struggling with XYZ problem. How could I curate the best possible solution in the most complete way possible? Meaning, Shockwave, is a tool that I've been eyeballing and contemplating using. But I know there's other things that I might be able to kind of curate as part of the solution. What might a more comprehensive? And so then what it's going to do is it's going to help you craft and curate that kind of ultimate solution. It's going to say, okay, you're going to need Shockwave, but then you're going to probably want to take a look at some peptides here. Peptides are kind of a new regenerative therapy that might go hand in hand with that. You might also contemplate maybe utilizing low-level laser therapy. There's a home rehab solution app that you could do. There's an AI guided, this, that, or the other. And you could even say in there, are there some other AI software tools that maybe might be good for home rehab or home care or things like that, or da-da-da-da-da. And what it's going to do is it's going to start helping you. And the key that I've told practitioners this numerous times. So if they've heard me say this before, the key to the curation process is you need to think of it figuratively and literally like a whiteboard exercise, meaning don't put constraints on the solution that you're curating. Constraints kill creativity. Curation is a creative process. And so you need to go into it with this mentality and mindset of, if I could wave a magic wand and hypothetically curate the world's greatest solution, and assuming time, money, whatever, there are no constraints on that, what might that look like? And then once it starts spitting out kind of a broad enough amount of information, then you can start kind of pruning and refining and that's not going to work or whatever. And the reason why this is so important is because if you don't do this first, you could potentially exclude potential solutions that otherwise might not have been considered if there were constraints there in the first place. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I have two questions for you. This is interesting because I've asked other people this. How much time per day do you spend talking to AI?
Oh, golly, hours.
See, isn't that interesting? Because here's what I see a lot of doctors. They're like, well, Bo, I went and asked them for 3 articles on lower back pain, and then they spit me. So they think it's like a question asked, just a one-way street. And I think what you're hinting at here, and this is really important, Doc, if you're watching this, is that it's conversational in nature.
Yes.
Like I've gone on so many times, and like you just said, like I have Shockwave in my practice, right? And like the same thing. Oh yeah, I want to learn about it. Like, and I'll be like, you mentioned peptides. Like, I don't know anything about peptides. Like, will you teach me really quickly about that, and then get right back on? And it will like teach you, and then you can. And it's like this back and forth that you're allowed to have. And I think people, for some reason, see it as just like a machine where almost, I guess you would say, like you type something like your name in, and it just shows up on the screen, and it doesn't understand that it actually has like this knowledge base that you can develop back and forth with it. And I think the second thing that's interesting about this is that the people that I'm really diving in and realizing is they're spending sometimes an hour to 2 hours a day talking to AI. Just like, hey, like I have this thought about this, and this, like, give me some options about that. Or like, what do you think about that? Or it's like, in some ways it's like AI is becoming human. And I know there's like this line, which it's like weirdly odd. Are we crossing or not? But and like you said, I love how you said the word constraints. Don't give it constraints.
Yes.
Because what that does, and you said it stifles the creativity. And I think, especially with those things that you guys teach, because, you know, brain is like a huge topic. All of these things are huge topics. And if you're putting something together like a package for your patients, instead of you just thinking, oh, I just need to adjust them, and I need to go do them laser and these 3 exercises. And they're like, AI is like, well, wait, buddy, like there's 37 other things that you could be doing here. Like, this is really important stuff. Sorry. I digress, but that really hit my ear right when you said something like that. That was like,
no, and that's great. I'm glad you brought that up. You know, from that conversational standpoint, what docs may or may not realize is it's gotten so far now that you, in that conversation, you can provide a robust amount of context with the conversation. I'll give you a specific example for our program. You know, we do brain scans for patients. And I by no means claim to be an expert on QEEG, right? I know Dr. Michael Trayford is probably one of the top QEEG neurofeedback experts in the world, brilliant practitioner. So huge shout out to him. He would be the first to say, you know, that like it takes a lifetime and then some to really master that process. Well, AI has done a pretty phenomenal job of understanding that topic and tackling that in a very meaningful way. And so what I'll do is, you know, we can have a brain scan in front of us, and sometimes it'll make sense and it'll be like, oh, okay. Other times it's like, man, what am I seeing here?
Right.
You can upload that to AI and have AI scan the brain scan for you, and then give you a digestible, meaningful report of what it's seeing and and then how to then in turn convey that to the patient in a meaningful way. When we're talking about topics as complex as brain health and functional medicine and things like that, there's 2 general routes that you can take when discussing those with patients. And this is somewhat of a joke that I say with patients, and they get it immediately when I'm talking brain health, is option 1, we can spend the next week deep diving. And by the end of that week, you're really not going to be any further along. You're just going to be like overwhelmed with data and information, and your brain's going to be swimming with all that information. And it's like, and then the punchline is, so what you mean to tell me, doc, is that my brain is all screwed up? Well, yeah, more or less. You know, that's option 1. Or option 2, what we can do is we can kind of use what I call heuristics, you know, where we get you close enough and we give you a simplified and yet albeit watered down, but close enough punchline explanation. And that's another thing that AI is phenomenal at doing, is helping. The prompt that I'll do is, hey, give me a simple but still accurate explanation of what this is doing, and maybe even use some metaphors or analogies. And so it'll spit out things like, and it'll talk about, and I think to this day I still use this analogy with regard to QEEG. You know, when we're looking at different frequency bands within the brain, you know, alpha, theta, or delta, theta, alpha, beta, high beta. Think about those like gears in a car: first gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear. Ah, okay. So different speeds, right? Yeah. So you wouldn't go 100 miles an hour in first gear, would you? No, of course not, right? That's the slow speed. You know, Well, that's what Delta is. Delta, you know what I mean? So it'll help you in terms of making things digestible and explainable. And so where I was getting at originally was when you talk about that conversational piece in that context, you can upload lab reports. And the thing is, patients are already doing this. I don't know if docs realize this or not, but patients are already doing this. They're getting their labs from their doctors, and they're like, hey, my doctor said this. And then they're uploading that lab and they're saying, tell me what you think. And now AI is weighing in on that, and it's telling them, you know, either yes, concurring with what the doctor's saying, or no, your doctor's not right on that, and here's why, you know. And again, from what I am seeing, from what I'm talking with other experts that are out there, they seem to say for the most part, it's only getting better, you know.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, I would agree. I was telling my patient, this was like a week or two ago, we were talking about AI, and they're, you know, and I said, you should go on ChatGPT or whatever, Perplexity or whatever you use, and like create a folder that's just about your health, and just talk to it for like 10 to 15 minutes, update it, everything that's going on, surgeries that you've had. And then, like you said, and then go in there and update it all the time, and then set reminders for it to like ping you every 60 days and like just do like a general recap. I said, as the doctor, if you come to me and literally, and at the end of it, I told them, I said, when you go to your yearly physical with your medical doctor, go into and just say, hey, will you provide a 1-page overview of what my health has been like in the last year? I'm like, as a doctor, they're going to read that and they're going to be like, wow, I know so much about this guy in 2 minutes. And we all know that the AI doctor of the future is going to be here like within the next year or so. So I think that's super, super important. And if you're a doctor that's trying to like figure that out, encourage that. At least I always say, I encourage my patients to utilize those things so they come in at least educated enough. And I'm sure you guys see this. And do you feel like when people come into your brain health, brain restore centers, they're like super educated already? Or do you feel like they're like, they don't have a clue in a lot of ways?
The demographic that we're dealing with, I would say they're not super educated, but surprisingly, they're becoming more adept at leveraging and using AI for sure. It's becoming part of the normal cultural kind of lexicon and or tool belt, if you will, for most people. Most people. In fact, one of the things that we'll do with our patients is we'll have them fact check us on AI. And so I'll basically let them know, like, hey, if you have concerns about the treatments that we're talking about and what we're recommending, go to AI and look up what we're doing and see if AI, you know, vouches for what we're doing. And then because what we do is so heavy research based and backed by research, like for instance, low-level laser therapy, right? Go to AI and ask about the safety profile of low-level laser therapy, the effectiveness for brain-related issues like concussions or neurodegenerative issues. And it's going to largely do the selling for you. So the one caveat that I would say to practitioners who are listening to this is you got to make sure that what you're doing actually has good evidence behind it. If what you're doing is some sort of like fringe type, you know, experimental, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just being, if what you're doing has a lot of validity to it, that can be a really powerful way for you to have your patients kind of self-educate and self-sell, if you will, themselves into what you're doing. I do that all the time with our patients.
I literally have my Erconia laser like literally sitting here right next to me, and this is something that like I do not to pump Erconia, which I love, but yeah. But like literally, I will do that with patients. I'll be like, well, go on there and check out you know, GVL lasers, and they're like, what? And then like and they come back like, I didn't know all about that stuff. Okay, I know we're supposed to go 30 minutes. I'm already running over. This is my fault. Can you give me a couple of things, again, utilizing AI, that not only from the educational perspective, but as far as the clinical, meaning like what you guys are doing treating patients, how are you guys utilizing AI in that aspect?
Yeah, I would say from a research standpoint, consensus is a great place to start from an evidence and clinical protocol standpoint.
And tell us what consensus is for somebody that's never heard of it.
What's that?
Tell people what consensus is that have never heard of consensus.
Consensus is an AI tool that looks up, that looks through all the research. So basically what they've done is it's an AI search engine specifically geared towards scientific research. Sure. So most people are familiar with PubMed. You know, most practitioners have probably gone on to PubMed however many times. PubMed's got a query search tool. You can search through it and everything. think about it like that, but with AI on steroids, where basically you can type in any subject and it'll basically give you an evidence-based kind of, you could literally develop like your own white papers on any topic out there. And so from a clinical standpoint, Consensus is just a great resource to have, to utilize. That'll look at the research and comb through it and then give meaningful outlines. And so from a clinical standpoint and from a research standpoint, if you have a clinical question and you're like, hey, this patient is presenting with da 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 da, what might be the best clinical protocol? Consensus would be a great place to start. ChatGPT, of course, is a great way to go too. I would say those two right off the top of my head, I think are going to be important ones to know about and to utilize for sure.
Do you use any AI to like shift your guys' treatment plans or protocols or anything like that? I'm just curious.
Yes, in the sense that like, and again, this was just ChatGPT. I'll tell you, we had a patient who came in the other day. She kind of had a little bit of a funky reaction, and I was fairly confident that I knew what was going on, but I wanted to double check and make sure. And so I went and I said, here's the situation. Here's what the patient was presenting with. Here's what happened, and got kind of the take on that. And then it gave me kind of some, yeah, you're more than likely right. Here's how to proceed forward, moving forward. And so it can act like that kind of clinical coach to kind of help you in terms of modifying. And we modified kind of the protocol to better suit this patient's needs. Basically what had happened from a clinical standpoint was she had kind of had a little bit of a reaction to the laser, not because laser causes bad reactions, just she was super sensitive. And so it upregulated her energy in her brain. And that started to cause kind of some funky symptoms for her. Nothing crazy, just some mild kind of weird sensations for her, but it was very much kind of what I had suspected. But then AI kind of gave me some insight as to how to modify and tweak the protocol for her. And so far so good,
Awesome. All right, Chad, thank you so much for your time, dude, here. For docs that want to learn more about your brain restore centers, what you guys are doing, where do they need to go? Just give the details.
Yeah, I'll make sure we get a link. You can go to brainrestorecenters.com. And there should be a link on there to basically set up a discovery call. If not, we'll get you a link. And basically what we'll do on the discovery call, it's not a heavy-handed sales pitch at all. It's just finding out kind of what your current situation is, what your interest in brain health is. We'll tell a little bit more about our kind of vision and mission. What's really cool about this is we've got a lot of chiros, but we actually have a whole host of other disciplines as well. We have a neurosurgeon in the program. We have clinical PhDs. We have nurse practitioners, of course, chiropractors, like we said. So it's a true kind of multidisciplinary collaboration that's happening, which is really exciting for us to see. So
awesome. Chad, dude, thanks as always, man. You're the best. I have nothing but greatest thing to say about it. And your heart's always in the right place, dude. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Next up is Dr. Trevor with Cortex. Cortex is a revolutionary technology that is brand new. This is kind of that coming out party for Cortex. I came across their technology a few months ago and was blown away at their ability to assess and observe the brain in real time. If you consider yourself a neuro or a brain-based doc, this presentation is about to change your career and blow your mind. Here's Dr. Trevor with Cortex.
My name is Dr. Trevor Colm, and I am the founder and CEO of Cortex. I am excited to share with you guys a little bit about what Cortex is and the potential it has to not only revolutionize each of your own practices in your communities, but to truly revolutionize the chiropractic profession. And I don't say that lightly. You can see right here a very advanced technology sitting next to me. I'm going to dive into that shortly, but first I want you to know who I am and why I created such a wild piece of technology. So let's start with my story. So in 2008, I sustained a major concussion. I was playing lacrosse in college and I got hit in the head and I lost my short-term memory. And it was so bad I had to drop out of college. Like I couldn't be around bright lights. I couldn't exercise. The doctor even said, don't listen to rock music because that'll get your heart rate up and, can make things worse. And the neurologist I was seeing really didn't have much of a solution for me. It was just kind of like, let's wait it out. And I'm going and getting these baseline concussion tests done every 2 weeks or so. And for about 3 months, I made zero improvement whatsoever. I was scoring about 20% of where the average brain should be. And then one day a friend of mine says, you should go see a chiropractor. And my first thought was, don't they like pop your back when it hurts? Like what's a chiropractor going to do for a concussion? He said, listen, man, you've tried really everything the doctor suggested, which is largely nothing. Nothing's working. You're not progressing. Like, try something. So I said, okay, well, let's give it a shot. And this chiropractor explained to me how chiropractic works. And I think my jaw hit the floor. It was such a life-altering moment. Explaining how the brain and body communicate through the nervous system, and which travels through the spine. And if there's bones out of alignment, it affects the communication between the brain and body. And this idea just made so much sense to me. I literally said, why does my doctor not know this? Why is not every doctor doing this? Like, this should be the foundation of our healthcare system. Like, globally, this is how the body works. And he just kind of laughed. So I started getting under care, and nothing changed. And I didn't give up on this idea, this concept of what chiropractic can be. It just made too much sense to me. And so I eventually ended up seeing another chiropractor, and the first adjustment, my entire life changed. Right? Within a few weeks, my concussion scores had jumped up to about 80% of where the average brain should be, from 20% where they were for the previous 3 months. And so I woke up the next day after that first adjustment, brain fog had lifted. I just knew something had changed and that I was finally on the path to healing. But within a few weeks, I had already made a full recovery. And a few months after that, my brain was working better than it ever had before the concussion. So for me, chiropractic from day one was about changing the brain. Right? It wasn't just about healing, helping somebody heal from some sort of a condition or set of symptoms they're having, but going beyond where I was before, right? I started making better choices for myself. My relationships started improving. I started, becoming more self-aware and working through some of my own, baggage from, life. So I started working through that and growing as a human being and just becoming a better person. And I got clear on what I wanted to do with my life. So chiropractic profoundly changed my life from below my baseline and then taking me all the way well beyond that. So I went to chiropractic school, seeing this through the lens of we change the brain. Right? I've never really had a pain condition that chiropractic has really helped me through. I've had minor aches and pains here and there. I think we all have, but I've never really struggled deeply with pain. And I can see how that could be valuable, getting somebody out of pain. But when you profoundly change somebody's life, like every aspect of their life, this dramatically increases the value that we provide to a human being. And so I believe the biggest problem our profession has faced since day one is that the public's perception of the value of what we do is very low, right? People think, they put us in the same category as physical therapists, personal trainers, pain doctors, massage therapists, acupuncturists, right? It's a saturated market of professions that treat pain. And that's where most people view us, that we're sort of this pseudo-medicine kind of wannabe doctor kind of thing, right? But the reality is that that's not accurate, right? So the public's perception of the value that we provide is very low, but the actual value of what we provide is super high. And the most successful chiropractors are the ones who can bridge that gap most effectively. And for the last 130 years, we've had to rely on being a great communicator to communicate that value, right? We've never had a technology that can really show that value, not only changing over time, but changing like the second that adjustment happens. That will transform our profession and launch us into the stratosphere. I truly believe that. So Cortex is designed to be a communication tool, a clinical measurement tool, and a marketing tool all in one. So how does Cortex work? What is it? Well, all the technologies we currently have in our profession that we would use to establish a need for care and then track progress, right? We have things like X-ray, surface EMG, thermography, heart rate variability, posture analysis tools. The problem with all of these tools is they are static measurements and they are indirect measurements of the system that we claim to be changing, right? The brain and nervous system. All of the research in chiropractic is very clearly now starting to show that we change the brain profoundly on the highest levels, right? That is where the value and the future of our profession needs to go if we want to continue on as a profession. So, how do we measure the nervous system directly? Well, brainwaves is the most direct way we can do that. It's also the most scalable way, right? We are literally measuring the tone of the nervous system. The problem with EEG is it typically takes 20 to 60 minutes just to set up a scan, right? And for most chiropractors, that's not reasonable, right? We can't fit that into our practice really in any capacity. So that's why I created Cortex. We have applied a robotic system to the EEG setup. So our system sets up in 3 seconds. So you could reasonably do this in a high volume practice every single visit if you wanted to. Second breakthrough we had to make with our device was that most chiropractors can't read an EEG, right? It's a bunch of waves on a page that, like, what does that mean, right? Most doctors, most chiropractors have virtually no training in that whatsoever. So we had to take that data and then to process it in real time and display it in a meaningful way. So we have 3 scanning modes. The first one is the real-time scanning mode, where you just put this on and it will stream data. It creates a digital twin of the patient's brain, right? So you can see the electrical storm of the brain live in action as it's happening. And I'm going to do a demo of this in just a minute. And then we also display several other metrics in this dashboard where we can see all the different changes taking place during any treatment or modality. But in particular, this can be used while somebody is lying face down. So depending on your technique, you can adjust somebody while they're wearing this, and you can see the second all those changes take place in their brain. You'll watch the brain glow brighter after an adjustment. It will change color, right? You can literally see undisputable proof of the value that we provide in changing people's brain function. So that's the real-time scanning mode. We also had a quick scan mode, which is designed for screenings, right? It's a 1-minute test that you can do at a screening. You could do it you could do it before and after an adjustment if you use a different technique. You could use it during a live demo, but it's really designed as just a quick snapshot that can be applied in many ways depending on how you practice. And then the third scanning mode, and this is where most docs are going to find the most value initially, right? This is what we would do the first visit and every sort of 6 weeks or so to track patient progress. So I mentioned before the importance of scanning somebody or measuring somebody's nervous system dynamically, right? The brain and nervous system is the most dynamic system in the body. To measure it statically is crazy because it doesn't tell us anything to do with how that system is working. It tells us what it's doing in that moment, but that doesn't give us good information because we don't know if they just got in a fight with their spouse or drank a whole pot of coffee or are going through a stressful time at work, or we don't know their situation. And so without context to the data, it's largely useless. So we engineered context into the test so we know what their nervous system should be doing. So it's a 15-minute stress test. So you as the doc will come in here, you'll set it up, you'll hit start, an audio track will play. You leave the room, you go keep treating patients, whatever you do, come back, take it off when it's done. So what the stress test does is it puts people through states of stress where we try and activate their sympathetic nervous system, and then we have them close their eyes and relax. And we see how do they recover, right? We do this several times with different stressors. We use mental stressors. So we have them do math problems in their head, and then we put pressure on them during that math test. We then use, for an emotional stress test, we play emotional noises like chainsaws, babies crying, sirens, right? We want to stress people out emotionally and then see how they recover. And then we do a hyperventilating test, so sort of a physical stressor, and see how that recovery process looks. So here's how this can help us clinically. if you are if we're trying to stress that patient out and their nervous system can't fire up, that tells us that they are exhausted. Right? And also, if they are they're trying to relax and they can't, they're still redlining with fight or flight, that tells us they're stuck in an over-aroused state and we need to break that cycle. Right? And there's different states their nervous system can be in, but we need to understand what is their starting point, right? And that's going to change how we take care of that person. Somebody who's in complete exhaustion does not need the same type of adjustments as somebody who is not able to calm down or relax. So this gives us way more clarity on how to best care for that patient. So one, we get better results clinically, but two, we're also showing our patients from day one, hey, I am your brain doctor. You know, there's no confusion here. We are working on your brain. We're not saying, hey, we're going to change your nervous system, and then here's pictures of the bones in your back, or here's the muscles in your back, right? That's confusing to a patient. When our messaging and the technology and the processes we have in our office are coherent and are congruent, then there's no question in people's minds that we are the brain doctor and that we are establishing a whole new value that we are then providing to them. So along with all of these features I just mentioned here, Cortex also takes the data from all the offices using the device and we anonymize it. So we don't know that this is Sally who was born on this day and lives at this address. We just know this is a 38-year-old woman with fibromyalgia, right? And having that data that we can then take centrally and apply research to, right? We apply AI protocols to big data. This is the holy grail, right? This is the piece that takes chiropractic from chiropractic 1.0 to chiropractic 2.0, right? To where there is insane demand for what we do. Like, I think the problem will shift from how do I get more people into my office to how do I ensure that I'm able to take care of this lineup down the street in front of my office? Like, how do I make sure that I'm able to get to that 9-year-old boy in a wheelchair at the back of the line, right? That is the problem that we want to create in our profession. And this is the technology that can bring us there. So we don't just need more data. We need high quality data. We need relevant data. And we need data with context. And all of that is engineered into the Cortex system. So what are the top 3 things that you could expect to see when you implement Cortex in your office? Well, the first is the addressable market for you is going to explode, right? People are no longer going to say, oh, I know someone else with back pain who might need to come in here. They're going to go, oh, wait, so you changed the brain. So could you help with this condition? Could you help with this condition? I know someone with this. Could you help them? It dramatically expands the number of people that your patients are going to see as a possible referral. Right? And when you're out marketing, if you're doing screenings or talks, right? From day one, showing that real value, people start going, oh, you can help with all of these things? Right? So your market goes from, say, 1 in 10 people who might be a candidate for care to all of a sudden 6 or 7 out of 10 people who are a candidate for care. Secondly, your referrals are going to go through the roof, right? You're going to have better retention and you can charge higher prices for your care plan, right? You're going to be getting better results because you're actually measuring the system, right? You're actually properly tracking the system that you're changing. That's going to be a game changer for your practice. That's going to be a game changer for your patients. They're going to feel those results. They're going to see them and they're going to want their friends and family to come see you. Also with that, if you ask anybody what medical specialty is, most respected, top of the pyramid, right? Most people are going to say brain surgeon, right? And again, that goes into that perceived value, right? We're kind of at the bottom of that pyramid right now. And then you have brain surgeons at the top. What do you think that's going to do to the people's perception of your value that you bring to your community, right? That's going to launch you up into that stratosphere of the brain surgeon, right? We can change things that brain surgeons can't. We can, in many ways, besides removing tumors and things like that, we can get better results than a brain surgeon can. That is insanely valuable to people. So you become the most respected, prestigious doctor in your community very quickly. right? This is designed to not just help you clinically, but help the entire profession. And with that big data piece and applying AI to it, we now then generate the new marketing and communication for the next generation of chiropractors. Well, I'm going to call this the Chiropractic 2.0 movement, because as we expand into this brain-based model of care, our profession is going to absolutely ignite, right? It's going to change things fundamentally in a way that most people probably can't comprehend. It's going to bring us to where chiropractic should have been from day one, but we've just always lacked the technology to actually show and do what we're saying we're doing. So why is now the time to implement Cortex? Well, I'm a big proponent that there's a term called product market fit, right? And so this is something that's used in the startup world. So when you develop a new technology, usually the company growth is very flat. And then when it starts to go vertical, or they call that the hockey stick curve, right? So sort of the hockey stick and then the blade going up. Once you find that product market fit, then you've established the right market for your product or services. And I truly believe that our profession has not achieved product market fit. And this is a huge testament to how great chiropractic is, right? 130 years we have survived without finding the right product market fit. Because if you look at a graph of chiropractic utilization, it is extremely flat. And we've grown about, 2 to 3% in the US over the last 45 years, right? That's not product market fit. Product market fit goes, that's what we're looking to do. So we really are in a dying profession, right? Enrollment in schools is down. I think more and more chiropractors graduating really don't fully understand what it is we do, right? They're coming out of school essentially being a physical therapist with very little understanding of the power of the adjustment. And so shifting our profession at the very core, at the very foundation, will change the trajectory of the chiropractic profession. Right? This is what's going to ensure that our children and our grandchildren have access to high quality chiropractic care throughout their lives. I want to leave you with an even bigger vision. And this kind of goes back to B.J. Palmer's vision of the big idea, right? Virtually every problem on planet Earth comes back to one thing: human beings. But specifically human beings operating from a state of stress and survival, right? Human beings whose brains are not working properly. It leads us to fight wars, to become, mean and hateful, to get into illegal activities, to overfishing the oceans, polluting our environment. Right? All of this, the greed that comes from all of that, right? All of this comes back to unhealthy brains making decisions for the whole of humanity. It's affecting all of us. And when we shift that, when we move human beings at scale to a place of harmony and balance, to where we're actually making better choices for ourselves, we feel whole, so we don't need to seek out other things and fight wars, and we can start making decisions from a place of wholeness and love. Right? I'm sure many of you have held a newborn baby, right? They just radiate this coherent energy. And that is our natural state as human beings. And when we can bring every human being, or a large number of them at scale, back to that state, the world will fundamentally shift. And chiropractors are in a unique position to have the most powerful tool on planet Earth to be able to do that. And now that we have the technology to show that and to improve what we do, it is now for the first time in the history of our profession possible for us to truly change the world and make the big idea reality. So another reason why now is a great time to get on board with the Chiropractic 2.0 movement and implement a solution like Cortex is because the people at the forefront of this, right? The people who are at the very beginning, who start to learn what this new data means, right? Applying neurological data clinically and knowing how to communicate it effectively. The people at the forefront of that wave are going to be the big winners, right? You're going to be the first to market in your community. You're going to be the first in your town or your community to implement this brain-based model of care where people are lining up for your care because they see the value. They're like, they want this, right? When you explain to people what I've coined the chiropractic 2.0 movement, right? We're going to be releasing a communication series on this soon. How you communicate the value of chiropractic. People, when they hear this upgraded communication, not bone on nerve, we know that's not true. There's a new way of communicating we've developed. When you say this to people, they immediately go, oh, so I'm going to need to do this the rest of my life. Like, yeah, of course. I mean, I would suggest it. And it's also going to launch them into understanding that everyone they know is going to want this care. And they're going to want everyone they know to have this care. This fundamentally changes the direction of our profession. So what we are currently doing, we are just about to launch to market. You guys are at the very forefront of this, getting a really cool sneak peek at this. We're doing something called a founder's package. So it's a hybrid investment in the company where you actually get a return. And at the end of the day, you end up with a free Cortex system. So it's $25,000. And what you get is a 1.5x return on your investment. So 10% of company revenue goes back to everyone who purchases one of the first 50 units. And it's capped at 50 units right now. You get 10% of company revenue until you reach $37,500. So at the end of the day, you end up with a 50% return on your investment. You actually make money off the purchase, and you end up with a free system, and you're at the very forefront of helping us develop new features and implementing. We need us to hold your hand and implement it in your practice. So this is a huge opportunity that really comes around once in a lifetime, right? This is the technology for 130 years we've been waiting for, and it's finally here. And I am beyond excited to announce that. And we have some really cool partnerships we'll be announcing with some very high level, very respected neuroscience minds within the chiropractic profession. So on the link below, you can schedule a discovery call and see if this is something that would fit well into your office, or if you're the right type of person that we need to be using our technology. So click that link at the bottom. I'm now going to go into a quick demo of what Cortex does, how it looks, how it works. Okay, so this is the Cortex headset. It's a fully robotic brainwave scanner. Okay, we're going to power it on. When that light turns green, we're connected to the system. I'm going to put it on my head, and I'm going to press the motor deploy button. The Founders Editions will be faster than this, and they will not have an ear clip. Okay, so we're clipped up, we're ready to go. We're going to hit live view. And we're going to start scanning. I can kind of wiggle my hands, see different parts. Rest of the brain lighten up. There we go. So in the center here, we have the brain model, right? This is a digital twin of the brain. So each lobe is going to light up in different colors based on the type of brain waves there. So we made this really simple, really easy to understand. Green good, red bad, wherever possible. Okay. So blue brain waves, those are slower brain waves. That's theta, which is deep relaxation, meditation before we fall asleep. Some tonal chiropractic techniques will take us to a state of theta as well. We then have alpha brain waves, which will light up in green, and that's our natural state, right? That's typically what's boosted after an adjustment, and we'll see the brain glowing nice and green after an adjustment. We then have that yellow color is SMR, so the brain's actively processing and integrating things. And then sometimes we'll see it shift to red, which is beta, where that's high activity, very fast brain waves. And so It will light up in different degrees of brightness too, based on how powerful the brainwaves are. So we tried to make it as realistic as possible in terms of a digital twin of the electrical storm of the brain. And we're continuing to improve that. Top right there, we look at heart rate variability. So we're looking at the power of the vagus nerve and the sympathetic nervous system in real time, right? So that can shift while we're adjusting patients. And it's good to know, where they are with that. We also look at coherence, which is a really important measurement of order and harmony in the body. So when waves are, when they're flowing together in perfect synchrony, right? That's 100% coherence. And then when they're in complete opposition, smashing into each other, that would be 0% coherence or chaos. So the more coherent, the better. We look at it in the brain, in the heart, and then in the brain and heart combined. Like, are they synced up together? In the bottom left here, we have the entire frequency band of all the brain waves on the right side and the left side of the brain. So this is the real-time scanning mode. This is a really cool, really fun part of this device that you can use to experiment with different things as well, right? You can see what happens when you flip on an LED light bulb, see what happens to your brain when you do this or that, whatever you can imagine, right? And so it's a great learning tool for us as docs to be able to have a real-time feedback loop during treatment and see how we're actually changing people's brains. So this is the demo of the live view. I am really excited to introduce Cortex to the chiropractic profession. This is the time for us to usher in the golden era of chiropractic.
All right. Next up is Dr. Joe Ferrantelli with Posture Screen. I've known Dr. Joe for a long time, and he's always been on the cutting edge of postural assessments. Over the last few years, Posture Screen has added on some incredible updates to their software. And Dr. Joe is going to dive into not only what's available now, but some brand new AI components that they have been developing within Posture Screen. If you utilize posture in your clinical practice, and I'm sure you do, you want to stay tuned for this fantastic conversation with Dr. Joe Ferrantelli.
All right, everyone, welcome back to another. I'm going to tell you what, this may be one of my favorite action-packed episodes that we're going to do in this entire Chiro AI Summit, because this is with one of my really good friends. We go way back in chiropractic. This is Dr. Joe Ferrantelli. I'll tell you what, we always laugh when we talk, because me and him did the first ever, this is how we did ourselves, Skype interview, talking chiropractic, sharing the message about his app called Posture Screen Mobile back in the day, now called Posture Co. And we wanted to invite him in here because he's doing some amazing, amazing stuff, guys, with AI. I know a lot of you guys take x-rays in your office. A lot of you guys don't take x-rays in your office. He has companies that integrate all of this stuff all together. I mean, he works with Deed, Chiropractic Biophysics. I mean, the list goes on and on. But for today's episode, what we're going to talk about is all the AI that he is now integrating into these companies and these apps. So like I said, I was probably one of his early users, this Posture Screen Mobile. If you guys aren't familiar with that, he's going to tell you about it. But at the very basic level, it allows you to do a posture assessment in 15 seconds, gives a beautiful report, and now it integrates AI, does all this crazy stuff. So Joe, dude, take it away from me, kind of give you a 2-minute overview, and let's just dive right into what is AI doing in your guys' business?
Sure. Well, thank you for having us on. So as you know, my software company grew out all the research that we do with Chiropractic Biophysics and Deed Harrison. If it wasn't for Chiropractic Biophysics and Don Harrison originally, I wouldn't have this company, because we needed data driven that was reliable and valid. And what sets us apart from everybody else out there that does anything like us, we have the research. We're the researchers that do it. Other professors do research on our products as well, too. Like if you go to Google Scholar and type in Posture Screen, you're going to see tons of studies that use Posture Screen as an outcome measure from, it doesn't matter if they're orthopedists, physiatrists, physical medicine doctors, occupational therapists, PTs, you name it, there's studies using it. So what we're going to first start off with, because this is an AI summit, is what we've done with X-ray to save doctors time with analyzing X-rays. So as you guys know, if you don't know who we are in CBP, we're the ones who defined what the normal ranges of the sagittal plane curves are in the spine. So with that being said, we're in a unique position because I have hundreds of thousands of x-rays that are already annotated to train neural networks on. So it's kind of like Tesla sitting on a bunch of driving data, right? So we're the only ones that can really do this on all the x-ray views and using methods that we have already published reliable and valid. So what I'm going to do, Bo, is I'm going to try and share my screen, and hopefully we can make this work. I'm going to do my best. And so Posture Ray is the x-ray software that integrates with any of your PAC systems out there. And
Got it.
do you see it?
Yep, I got it. Perfect.
Okay. So imagine, if you will, you have a lateral cervical x-ray and you want to mark using AI. So what we've built into our platform is literally, it just analyzed all the segmental rotations and translations and disc heights and instability of that cervical spine.
It just automatically did it.
Just like that. Automatically.
Will you do the attic lines anymore or anything like that? It just boom.
No. And if you see something you want to correct, you move the dot, and there you go. Now, we published a study just last year in Journal of Clinical Medicine to show that this was both reliable and valid. And it was reliable to the computer against itself, as published in Journal of Clinical Medicine. Deed was an author. I was an author on it. It was an R squared of 1. In statistics, that's perfect when the computer compares to itself. For validity, it was in the 0.8s and 0.9s compared to me. And pretty amazing. We've also done it with all the lateral cervicals. We've done it with, these x-rays are hard enough for a clinician to do. But what's pretty amazing on this is that the computer will analyze it. And just like this, what we'll do is we'll have the assessment. The lateral thoracic is analyzed. And what about the lateral lumbar? We'll come in here, we'll do the same thing. So on the lateral lumbar, we're going to go ahead and do this. And while I'm showing you, this is the power of AI and computer vision. So this is a little different AI than what like ChatGPT would be. This would be like more like Tesla has, which is computer vision, right? So this is the computer vision of X-ray. And right now, I just sent off to the computer science team 50,000 marked X-rays by clinicians like myself, Dr. Deed's office, Dr. Jason Haas, Dr. Yeager, all those doctors that we can trust their findings, and we're training on that data. And soon, by next year, we'll have all the X-ray views completely done. So you just have to load the X-rays, double check the work, and there you go. So the nice thing about this is, just like Posture Screen, Bo, what we have is we have the ability to, let me just go ahead and show you. This generates a report that would give you all the instability findings for, say, the AMA guides, or our newer findings for the patient report. It shows the patient. And all this, by the way, we have a full utility patent on all of this. So this is all true patented on the ability to be able to do this. That would be a patient report. And then we have an impression report, which would be, this would be the doctor's report. So I want you to think about this as I go through other AI. We have all the data, all the metrics of all the X-ray data, all the disc heights, all the segmental instabilities from the X-rays in reports that will help document your practice and also educate your patients just from the X-ray side. Okay. And then what's even better with this is that if I pull over, let me find a screen here that will work. We have an online view box that literally, it will show the person's posture, their X-rays. So literally, you have a report of findings with all their measurements. Anywhere you go that has an internet connection, we have all their findings of all their X-rays right then and there. Pretty awesome, huh?
This is what I love about the products that you always make, Joe. Honestly, like, doctor talk can get so heady sometimes, you know, and our patients just don't understand it. But everything that you put together, like this, like posture screen, like, it's just so easy to understand. And I think when we're like in the clinic with the patient, right, and we're like talking them through that process, like the ability for this right here, like, oh, you want to see it? Boom. Now here it is. It's right done. And then now you're being able to go in there and just explain at very easy levels without having to sit there and draw for 20 minutes before.
Right. And you have all the data. So this is, think of this as the X-ray documentation tool that sits between your PACS and your EHR that creates all the real X-ray data. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. All right, because I know you're very close on your time, so we're going to shift gears. That's our X-ray product with AI. Now,
Posture ray, correct? That's how
Yeah,
how I can we say it. Okay.
yeah, posture ray like X-ray. It was actually Dr. Don Harrison that named that product. And what back in 2007, and you know this because you were one of our first users. Posture Screen, we had software that did posture analysis, and we developed it, and it just took forever to do. So I remember when the iPhone came out, I said to Dr. Don Harrison, I said, hey, I think I can make an app that we just touch points on. And in 2010, when the App Store kind of really opened and the iPad was just starting to launch, I think in 2011, we released the first version of the app. And you were like one of the first people to reach out to me. I'm like, what? This kid from California is calling me. What's going on? Like you're so psyched because you were such an early adopter of everything. And we became friends because of that. From that time, and why I like doing a lot of these events is because some people have used Posture Screen back 10 years ago. And they're like, oh, yeah, I don't use it anymore. I'm like, have you seen this? And we'll be at a trade show, like at Parker. And they'll be like, oh, my God, it does this. Yeah, I go, and it does this, and it does this. So a lot of people, like you were saying in your promo video, a lot of people don't even know they have access to this right now. So everything I show you that if you're a Posture Screen user, and if you're not a Posture Screen user, we'll have a nice little giveaway for you guys on that as well too. But here's the nice thing about it. Extremely low cost, right? We subsidize this cost very well. It's only $59 to get going on this, $250 a year. So price is not a problem with using this. You just need to have an iPad. But what it does, and I'll go through this and I'll do a live demo with my assistant here, is that it does a full-on posture assessment. I'm using myself so that way I don't sue myself by showing the pictures, right? But it will do all the views of posture, and then it will also do body composition. So you heard that right. From the same photos, we can measure body composition. We have a patent on that, but we also have research studies by UCLA that published in a quality Q1 journal that showed this was as good as an in-body. I'll just let that sink in from the photos that you already need. And if you use an in-body, which is great hardware, you can use this in conjunction with that. But what can't those systems do? They can't do a waist to hip ratio. So we do that as well with you. And then what's new, and I'll demonstrate, we can do shoulder range of motion. Many of you guys don't even know we have range of motion in the app. We can do thoracolumbar range of motion. And so I'll show you in a couple steps on some of this. Cervical range of motion. So this uses a combination of AI, computer vision, and some on-hardware assessments. And I'll just go ahead, if it's okay, Bo, I'll show them. So if people have never seen how quick and easy this is, I got the cable hooked up to this. Hopefully it doesn't fall out. I'm going to use my esteemed colleague Tim was my office manager back in the day when we ran the practice, believe it or not. And so he's been with me ever since the beginning. So when doctors will say, oh, well, it may take time or you don't know what it's like to run a practice. And Tim says, oh, I know how to run a practice and a very busy one. So it's great to have in here. So I'm going to do we'll do something simple. We'll do a 2-view posture and the cervical range of motion. Then I'm going to show you a couple other things. How's that sound?
Let's do it.
All right. So I'm going to see if the camera will follow me. Okay. So there's Tim. Move over this way a little bit. That way. Yep. Okay. So you can still see my screen, correct?
I can see your screen. You have not gone into posture screen yet, though, right? On the app. Okay, you're in it right now. Got it. Perfect. Okay. So we're doing a live, guys. We're seeing it on both sides right now. You're seeing him do it, and you're seeing what you're going to see on your actual iPad when you're doing it.
And hopefully this works. You never know, right? Live demos. So, okay, now see, in real time, AI is tracking them in real time. You see that? So
when you showed me this, I remember when you showed me this at Parker, and I about lost my what, because I was like, we had to put all the points on there, and he's like, no more, not with the new iPads that are out here.
So I'm just going to make sure he's lined up, right? I'm going to snap the picture, and then I'm going to ask him to turn, and we're going to get a side view of him this way. And now at that time, that's all they need to do at that point in time, right? Now, of course, they can come in. Now, the beauty of this is that if the doc wants to move any points, he can edit any points that he wants to do. So if he came in here and he wanted to edit a point, he can do that. But the cool part about this is I already now have a report that fast that can be changed and branded any way they want to with their information. You can change the colors, you can change the text, and everything is there that quick. Now, what's a lot of people are familiar with that, but they stop there. They don't realize that we have everything that they would need for their assessment. So like range of motion, cervical range of motion. People, I'm going to just be honest, you guys aren't doing a range of motion. You're eyeballing a range of motion. I know. Don't even try to say you're doing it. You're not. Okay. So let me show you what you should be doing. So I'm going to do a range of motion cervical. So we're going to go in this way. Okay. And I'm going to remove the background, make it look pretty. Okay. So we'll center them up and laterally flex your head to the side. Okay. Lateral flex the other side. And you're seeing that in real time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Turn your whole body. Okay. We'll get a neutral. Bring your head down. Bring your head back. Okay. Now, something to understand, because I work with some of the best computer scientists in vision there is. Axial rotations are not judged accurately with computer vision yet. I don't care what anybody says about their equipment does it. It's hogwash. They can't do it. This is very good right here. And then you get here and it says they're doing it 80 degrees. So what do we do that's unique and different? I'm using the on-device accelerometers and gyroscope now at this point for axial rotation. So check this out. Okay. I'm going to come over here to Tim. And let's move over here. So I'm trying to keep him in the camera. I'm going to put this on.
Gotta run out. Okay.
And then now, notice how the degrees are turning, and they go to the right. So now, yep. So now, literally, and of course, you can do 3 repetitions if you want to. I'm just going to go through this pretty fast. Double check the points. Now, if your CA made a mistake and they want to move the points, they can. But the great part about this, just with this, now I have multiple exams on this one. If I wanted to do a report, I can literally do a combined PDF report. Not only do I have his posture to educate the patient or documentation, but I have his range of motion. And this is separating out. The cool part about this is if he moves his rib cage, not a problem. We separate that out so it doesn't change. It actually isolates the neck. Pretty awesome, right? And so like if I went back to my prior exam here, literally we do the same thing with shoulder ranges of motion here too. And we have a reports that would be for the patient. So that for the patient or the doctor has more detail. So the patient report, and we have all the values.
Yep.
Right then and there. And we're adding assessments as we go. Okay, so we have a bunch more assessments that we're going to be doing. We have thoracolumbar. I didn't even show that. What's unique about this is on the lateral view, we're literally tracing the back. So then when they extend or flex, because you have movement in your rib cage, right? So where inclinometers would be just 2 points, think of this as tangents going up the slope of the curve of the thoracolumbar spine. So we're able to measure all the tangents to get a summation. So it doesn't matter that I'm translating my pelvis forward, leaning back, because I'm stiff, obviously. Not exactly a yogi, if you get the idea here. And but we're doing a lot of this because we needed it for research as well, too. So that's what's really there. There's a lot more to our app. Again, we can do functional movement screens like AP, lateral squat, PA squat, single leg squat, push-up screen, and we can link it all to corrective exercises. So what's awesome is, like, if I went into Tim's demo again and I want to add exercises, we're linked up with web exercises. So now what's cool about this is if you have a web exercises account and you have our app, many don't know that it will isolate the exercises for you. You get that? It's not just a template. If I come in here and say posture screen, These are all exercises specific to his abnormal posture. So I can go ahead and predict whatever exercise I want you to send through the web exercises platform. So we do integrations with it there as well too. And we also have an animation library integration with 3D practice for disc herniations and whatever you want to educate the patients that will actually embed into the report. So that way they can get narrative videos of what their condition is. Pretty awesome stuff. I could go on for literally an hour on what
Let me bring up one more thing, and I think it's something that you don't spend enough time talking about, honestly, and it's really important. But it is doing a follow-up re-exam also.
Yes.
How you and for me, like as you know, I'm obviously a doc in the field as well. So it's like you bring a patient in, you show them all this stuff. You're like, hey, look, here's our treatment plan. And then the coolest part about it is you can say, hey, we're going to do these exact same tests in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and we're going to sit here and compare the data. This isn't subjective. I know, pain and nose, but like, right, literally, this is what you're seeing right now is like, this is apples to apples. Like, do you remember doing this? Okay, look at the difference. And I think a lot of my patients, because, they come in and I think they forget how much pain they're originally in, right? And then now you sit down and you show them, they're like, oh my gosh, like, wow, we've really done a lot of work. We've really progressed. And you're like, yeah, totally. And then, but being able to like literally physically show them the side-by-side comparison to me is one of the most valuable things that you guys have here as well.
Thank you. And it goes along with like the x-ray as well too.
100%.
We do side-by-side to trade.
Okay, now I'm looking at the screen right here and I'm seeing in bright red, AI scribe, AI clinical consideration, AI patient summary. I've seen that before. So let's throw a little bit.
So top secret, and Bo, you don't even have this yet. So this is launching, and interestingly, AI is everywhere, and I realize that we have something unique that even though I want to work with every EHR company there is, EHR companies are doing AI for notes. What's the one thing that they don't have? They don't have any assessments. None of them have what you have to do is literally read your assessment findings, read your x-ray findings, all that type of stuff. What do we have that's unique and special is we have all the data. So any of the assessments, so you just saw how easy a range of motion is. So like if I wanted to add an AI scribe to this, literally it's ambient. You can use your Apple Watch, you can use your iPhone, you can use your iPad. Literally all you're going to do is come in here. And if you add, you can use it in daily notes, but I'm going to go in and come in here. And this is good for you to watch, Bo, because you're going to be one of the, right? So if I came in here with Tim, I could just hit record and just like this. So what brings you in today?
I'm having some stiffness in my neck, more on the right side.
And when did this begin?
Like 2 days ago.
Okay. And anything make it better?
I iced it a little bit, but it hasn't subsided much.
Is it keeping you from doing anything you like to do activity-wise?
For sure.
Okay. And what scale of 1 to 10, what is it right now at its best and worse?
Probably 8 or 9 right now.
Okay.
10.
All right.
Yeah.
So you record that, right? And I'm not going to belabor you. It takes about a minute to process, but the outcome...
You can do this like let's just say it's a day one, right? So you open up the app, you click on AI Scribe, and it starts listening to you immediately. Is that what you're saying? And it was I can't think of the word. Consultation. Yeah, consultation. And then you would close that and then do the posture screen?
Yeah.
And now it works? Okay.
Well, you can do it after if you wanted to. You can do them. It doesn't matter the order. Or if you want to use AI to write your notes and you don't have any audio files, or you can upload audio files. It doesn't matter. What's awesome about this is that it takes the data of any exams that are in that data service. So like in this one, I have posture, body composition, exercises. I have a pain diagram, shoulder, thoracolumbar, cervical range of motion. Now you see this. And guess what else we have that's going to be pushing over? X-ray data. So we truly have something that, honestly, an EHR does not have. Now, this will push into an EHR, or I'll show you Google Drive, Dropbox, wherever you want to send it as a text document that you can copy and paste, or a finalized PDF. We'll show you that. So check this out. On this exam, I did 2 recordings. One's my final exam with my doctor. This is actually legit. And then cervical spine x-ray findings. And literally, I'm going to show you this. Literally, all this data came from all the exams. I didn't have to sit there and say this and that. I only have to say if it's positive, like regular orthopedic tests, but like I don't have to say anything about the ranges of motion because it's all there. And then look at what we have right here. We have diagnosis codes. Then we have treatment recommendations. And if that wasn't enough, let's go into clinical considerations. So these are just coding suggestions if we want to. Let me go in and show you here. Let me move this in. Actually, go back. Here we go. So, and it talks about compliance, what we have difference in compliance, proposed CPT and ICD-10 codes for that visit. And when you send out your reports to patients through posture screen like you do all the time, Bo, imagine, if you will, hypothetically speaking, that you had a customized email that went out on what you saw that day during that examination. Or imagine, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
This goes to the patient. Now,
That's what I'm saying.
if you're doing a spinal screening, guess what you can do? You can capture that and send them a modified template. And you'll be able to edit all. I know you're into AI, Bo. So I give you the possibilities of writing your own GPTs if you want, not GPTs, but the prompts if you want to. We're going to provide some very robust ones, and I've used some out there. We got some cool stuff in our prompts that we have, but here's the best part. One of the things, and mark my words, and I want to work with all the EHR companies and push into it because honestly, for them, this AI tool costs them money, just like it costs me money to run this, right? So if an EHR already has AI scribe, that's fantastic. We should be allowed, if they want, because we have all the doctors using our app, we can push into their EHR. If they accept it, and it's up to the EHR if they want to make a direct integration, please, I want to work with all of you. They save money because guess what they don't have to do? They don't have to spin up their models and get dinged for all the, we provide that for them and can push into their EHRs directly. If we don't have an integration, you can copy and paste or just drag it in from Google Drive, which I'll show you in a second. But a feature that nobody has done yet that I've seen, that was my biggest pain point in practice. And I think one of the advantages that I have as the CEO of a software company, which I didn't set out to do. And by the way, I identify really just as a drummer. That's all. If you see my social media, I'm just a drummer. But hypothetically, if I actually was a chiropractor and a researcher and software guy, what was my pain point doing notes at the end of the day? I miss notes during the day, right? So imagine, if you will, just hypothetically speaking, if I had unsigned notes. These are all the people I have to do notes on that I haven't done notes for yet. So if I came in here and said to Joe, okay, this is his note, proofread it. If I need to edit it, I can edit it. If I don't want to edit it, not a problem. I hit here, sign, and then I'm done with that note. And then, so if I came into the patient summary and I wanted to sign the patient summary, proofread it, sign, and you can change providers if you want. So like if I had multiple providers, look, I could say I'm Deed Harrison and agree. And so now let me go ahead and open this back up. I want to show you something here. If I go back in and I look at that report, now it's locked down. So this is now locked down, but here's the cool part. It's now a PDF document that you can brand with your logo at the top. Everything's there and it's time stamped. And there's your note. And you also have the text files sitting in Google Drive. Because Google Drive and Dropbox, you can do BAAs with and literally have a BAA HIPAA-compliant solution right there for Dropbox. Microsoft does it as well as Google Drive. So first out of the boxes, we can integrate with anything. And there are quite a few EHRs, even though that they have these EHRs have AI scribes, they see the value of what we have, and they're already behind the scenes ready to work with us and calling me up because they know that we have the exam data that they can interpret. And so, and the doctors, just like yourself, you're still always going to be using our app. Now you can leverage it and create notes. And if you just needed to do a daily note, we can do a daily note. And guess what we can do? We can compare it to the prior note as well, too. So you only have to do what's different.
Wow. I
So
love that it's all in one, Joe. Like I hate like having to like open like, okay, I got Chiro Touch, now I got to open Heidi AI, then I got to open up this, and it's like I got all these things, and then I feel like I'm looking down instead of like working with the patient more, instead of just having it all in one place. Like I love this. Like walk in, boom, hit it. All right, tell me about it. All right, we do some pictures. Bam, next one. Like, man.
and then so the idea
This is good stuff, Joe.
Oh,
It's really good, my friend.
You haven't seen this. I mean, you knew I was.
No, this is really good.
So this is kind of genuine. Your feedback on this, and it means so much to me, Bo, because you've seen me from the very beginning where we started, and literally, when I started this company, nobody would loan us any money at all. Literally, we went through everything. We couldn't get a dime from anybody. We just kept reinvesting a little bit over time, and then we catch up some steam. And then, of course, we got bigger contracts and stuff, but we did all this without any venture capital at all. And we're a top app on the App Store. To this point, I always tell everybody back, before the pandemic, Apple corporate actually called us and wanted to know, how is our app so sticky? Because they noticed that people were buying iPads just for our app, and they noticed that people don't stop using Posture Screen. And the idea is, because what we've done is we filled a void to speed up doctors' time, give them something they can educate a patient to keep their compliance up. It's valid, it's reliable, it's research-backed, and it's fun to use to educate patients. So
yeah, I mean, I'm I guess probably one of the biggest walking testimonies for you guys. Like, this is literally like on if I have my app, my iPad right here, it is the app that is on my homepage every single day for my practice. Like I use my EHR and I use this app. Like 98% of the time I'm in one of those two places when I'm dealing with my patients. Like this is what I use. I don't have like, digital x-ray in my practice. So I use Posture Screen. I do range of motion. I love the, I'm thinking BMI, but that's not the right brain now. Body fat. I had one of those old ones where you like
and you can still use that and average it and enter that information, and then you'll get 2 body comps for 1.
I'll be honest with you though, Joe. Like at first when you told me about this, I'm like, I can't be that good, man. Like let's try it. So like I did like 20 of them, like all right, hold this now, do this, and they were like literally it was like 18.4% body fat, 18.6%. Like it was that close. It was
you know this, but a lot of people don't even know this part. We have a remote companion app. So literally you can do virtual postures, virtual body comps, virtual movement assessments. Right. They come to our app and literally it's like you did the AI will go ahead and assess it. And literally you can screen people before they come in. And on another day, you're going to hear another company that I co-founded that is called Chiro AI. And I'll save you for that. But basically it handles all of your incoming calls and text messages. Now, just imagine if, hypothetically speaking, imagine if that may tie into some things that we have here eventually. This is a future that it's the iPhone moment. And we listened through
you're creating an ecosystem, a clinical ecosystem. That's the way I only see this. Because like in my mind, you just said that and I'm like, okay, a person calls in, they're complaining of headaches and upper back pain. That's got to be recorded somewhere, which means it's probably got to be inserted somehow inside of Posture Screen. And then like your history is already there when you sit down with the patient. So you already know, right? Like right now, what do we do, right? You bring somebody back, you sit down there and you like, so tell me what brings you in. And you go through those questions where half of it's probably already, your staff already knows half of it before you do,
Yeah.
Oh, we'll dive into that on the next interview, but
Yeah. There's a lot that we can do, and we're adding a lot of assessments coming soon. All the assessments that you guys use in clinicals now. I mean, everything from balance to get up and go to whatever you need for documentation. We're going to be the assessment app that is very extremely affordable. Obviously, all you need is an iPad, and the reason why we do have a light version on Android. The iPad is very robust and just works all the time out of the box. And we got some pretty cool things lined up for next year. So we'll show off some new stuff at Parker coming up in February for sure.
Love it, love it. All right, guys, if you guys don't know about this app, where do they go to get it and find it? And then we'll go from there.
Yeah. Well, you can email us or email me at joe@posturescream.com. And we're going to have a little giveaway that we'll follow up with Dr. Bo here about. And go to postureanalysis.com. That's how you can find us. You can follow me if you want to put up with some drumming stuff. You can see me on Posture Analysis on Instagram or on Facebook, and I'm on LinkedIn as well too.
Awesome. All right, guys, check out the app. Check it out, man. I'm telling you what, I can't say getting enough good things about this. Like I said, this is literally one of those apps that has helped build my practice. So get on it, people. All right.
Thank you.
Joe.
Bye-bye.
Next up is Vello AI Call Agents. This is a presentation by Nick Lancaster, a partner of mine, and Vello is a part of my portfolio. Vello is really designed to help you follow up with new patient leads and ensure that your phones inbound are answered 24/7, 365. You know, speed to lead is one of the biggest factors when following up with those paid leads. But if somebody comes in at midnight, 2 a.m. as a lead, you probably aren't getting to them for hours, which is a massive problem. You're about to discover how Vello can make things way faster, way simpler, way easier, and schedule more new patients in your practice right now.
Hi, guys. My name is Nick Lancaster, and I am excited to be joining you for the AI Summit today and really talking about a product that Dr. Jeff Langmaid and I have co-developed together called Vello. It is an AI voice agent that is changing the game. We've spent over 1,000 hours in this product and with our development team developing out a rock star of an agent that can handle your inbound receptionist calls, that can handle your outbound paid ad lead calls, and all coming at a fraction of what some of these complex builds are looking at as far as what can be done and how they can perform. I can tell you the ones that we've developed are spot on. You may have seen it that we soft launched this product back in September, October. We've had some tremendous success and also some really good learnings. We've optimized our lag time. We've optimized the agents, and I'm really excited to be able to showcase what we have today from a AI voice agent standpoint on both a receptionist and also an outbound agent. So rather than continue to talk to you guys about it, I'd love to be able to let you be able to hear it out. So here's an example call live with you all on what, number one, the receptionist sounds like, so you guys can hear it, feel it, see it. And then also we'll go into paid ad leads, right? And so those outbound agents, so somebody submits a request on Facebook, instantly they're getting a phone call from our agent that is top of the line, spot on, has that customized scripting for you all, has all of the ability to be able to navigate those phone calls to be the best quality service for your patient at the most opportune times for them. So let's test it out. Let's take a look at what the receptionist sounds like. So we'll go ahead and start it here.
We're a demo AI receptionist. This is Lucy.
Hi, Lucy. Yes, my name is Nick.
It's a pleasure to speak with you. How can I help you today?
Yes, I am a new patient and I would like to be able to schedule an appointment, please.
Nick, thanks for letting me know you're a new patient. I can help you get scheduled for your first visit. Can I grab a good phone number and email for you just to get things started?
Yes, best phone number for me is 555-555-5555. And best email address for me is Vello, VELLO, at theevidencebasedchiropractor.com.
Perfect, Nick. I've got your number as 555-555-5555. Just to double check, is that a mobile number where you can get texts if needed?
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Nick. So we're here Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is there a particular day or time that works best for you?
Can we do Monday at 4 o'clock, please?
All right, Nick, I've got you down for Monday at 4 o'clock. I'll send this over to our team, and someone will reach out within the next 24 hours to confirm your appointment. Is there anything else you'd like to ask or need help with today?
Yeah, you know what? I've been struggling with this back pain. I actually woke up and have really some sharp pains in my back. Is that something that you all at the clinic can handle?
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Back pain is one of the main things we help with here. Our team focuses on finding the root cause and helping you get real relief, not just a quick fix. Your first visit will include a full evaluation, and if it's a good fit, you can even start treatment right away. Is there anything else you're wondering about or anything else I can help with?
You know what? I've got United Healthcare as an insurance plan. Is that something that you all work with?
It's a great question, Nick. So, the way it works here is that we start every new patient with a discovery visit. After that visit, our team will go over all your treatment options and review payment and insurance details with you once they've had a chance to verify your benefits. I've got your preferred day and time, and I'll send this info to our team. They'll reach out within 24 hours to confirm. Is there anything else I can help with today?
No, at this point, you've been great. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much for calling Vello Chiropractic, Nick. Just keep an eye out for a call from our staff soon. Have a great day.
So guys, absolutely fully customizable there. So you can hear a little bit of just some of the demo agents that we've had. How do they handle insurance? How do they handle objections? But essentially that database is just wide open. Whatever you want it to say, we can program it to say whatever you want it to be able to reference, whether you specialize in chiropractic care, whether you specialize in shockwave treatment, whether you do decompression. This is a game changer for your patients for when they call in and need answers and questions to be answered on that side. Additionally, you're going to get all of the reporting and dashboards that showcase all of the ins and outs of what this particular system is capable of performing and doing. We'll go through some of those dashboards in a minute just to be able to showcase, okay, what does the notification look like? What do all of the options for me available with this particular clinic. But before we do that, let's test out the outbound side. This, again, is something that we're so excited about to be able to bring to the profession from an AI standpoint, because we know that so many people are spending so much money on paid ads. And so with that, what we want to be able to do is be the most efficient as possible to be able to follow up with those patients immediately. And also what we've figured out at our clinic is identify those particular ads that are working and which ones that aren't. I'm sure you all have dealt with the issues of, I do a paid ad, somebody submits a form, I call those particular people that submitted the form, and they have no clue who we are, what we do, or why we're calling. That's something that we're able to identify quickly on the front end with our AI agents. They call within minutes of that form being submitted. So if you think about it, a patient sitting there, they're in pain, it might be 2 a.m, right? Maybe 2 a.m, they're submitting that form, and all of a sudden they're getting a call from our particular agent that helps them to be able to, number one, answer questions, understand if this might be a potential viable option for them, but then also be able to get them scheduled with a particular appointment that your office would then come around on the back end to be able to confirm the appointment, so on and so forth. So I'm excited to be able to showcase a little bit on what that looks like from the outbound side as well. And then we'll dive into some of the reporting. But again, I'm just so excited about what these capabilities are, and our team, everything is moving so fast. As you all know, in the AI space, what happened 30 days ago might as well be 5 years because of how much everything is advancing. In addition, with our agents, they get smarter after each phone call. So we go through, we make sure that we coach, we train, we work with your team as well to make sure that that agent is spot on. It sounds exactly the way that you want it to sound. And additionally, it articulates all of the particular parameters that you want to be conveyed to your patients time and time again perfectly. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start the outbound side as well. So again, thinking about, I just submitted a form and I'm interested in speaking with this agent to see if we might be able to get them scheduled.
Hi, this is Grace. I am the virtual assistant with your chiropractic clinic. Am I speaking with Nicholas Lancaster?
Yes, this is Nicholas.
Hey, Nicholas, nice to meet you. I saw you sent in your info to book an appointment with us. Would you still like to get something scheduled?
Yes, unfortunately, I've been I'm struggling with some back pain, and it just flared up. I saw an ad, and I'm interested in getting scheduled. When can I schedule an appointment with you all?
Got it, Nicholas. So, you mentioned back pain. Has that been your main issue, or is there anything else bothering you right now? Just want to make sure we have all the details before we get you on the schedule.
Absolutely. Yeah. Right now, it's just the back pain. I do have some radiating pain down into my legs as well.
Oh man, I'm really sorry you've been dealing with that, Nicholas. Let's get you in for a discovery visit. It's a 45-minute appointment where our provider does a full evaluation, and if it's a good fit, you could get some relief right away. What days or times usually work best for you? Let's get you on the schedule as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tuesday in the afternoon really works out best for me. Do you have something available at maybe 3 o'clock on Tuesday?
Awesome, Nicholas. So just to confirm, I've got you scheduled for Tuesday at 3 p.m. I have your phone number as info and your email as email apply. Are those still the best ways to reach you?
Yes.
Perfect, thanks. So our team will give you a call to confirm your appointment in the next 24 hours. Did you have any other questions for me today?
Yeah, right now I've got United Healthcare, so I'm interested in understanding, do you guys work with insurance? How does that work with the clinic?
That's a great question. So the way it works is we start every new patient with a discovery visit. After that visit, we'll go over your treatment options and review all the payment and insurance details once our team has had a chance to verify your benefits. Is there anything else you'd like to know or anything else I can help with?
No, you know what? I'm a bit apprehensive about going in for back treatment. So can you kind of give me an idea of what that first visit looks like with the clinic?
Totally get where you're coming from, Nicholas. So your first visit is super relaxed, no pressure at all. You'll meet one-on-one with our provider for about 45 minutes. They'll chat with you about your back and leg pain, do a full evaluation, and if it's a good fit, you might even get your first stem wave treatment right then. Most people say it feels a little weird, but not painful, and there's no downtime. You can go right back to your day. Anything else you're curious or concerned about?
No, that's going to be it. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure speaking with you today, Nicholas. Thanks for your time, and I hope you have a great day.
Guys, wow. Right. And so they're pulling all of the information from that particular form. So they're verifying email, they're verifying phone number that was submitted. It's handling everything. Right. And so again, all of that particular back and forth, it's dynamic. I'll tell you, based off of all of the things that we've seen and the lag time and all of the agents that we've been able to develop, this is the best by far. Had I not told you that it's an AI agent, I think that majority of people would be fooled. Our recommendation is to be able to say that, hey, I'm a virtual assistant, right? Let's own it. But at the same time, wow, talk about a game changer for your practice, being able to make you more efficient and also being able to identify, okay, what ads are working and what ads do I need to take a look, a better look at to understand, okay, this may not be the best bang for my buck. So next, what I want to run through is I want to run through what the dashboards and the reporting looks like. So I'll share this with you all. We are constantly updating and evolving these particular dashboards. So, as a matter of fact, my team just informed me today that we're pushing out a new update. And with our particular clients, this is a fully customizable solution. So with our product, we do work out of the Go High Level system. And so what we are setting up and certainly going to be able to build for you, both from the inbound and the outbound side, is all going to be centered around Go High Level. Most companies, chiropractic agencies, any marketing agencies that you're using, they're working out of Go High Level. We can set up everything and fully customize to you and your clinic. I can tell you the opportunities here are really limitless, right? We talked a little bit about the reception side. We also talked a bit about the outbound and the paid ad lead side. The other side of this is certainly something that's coming soon is appointment confirmations and verifications. And just wait, guys. We are also looking into what it looks like for insurance verification. When I'm telling you this is going to change the game, it will change the game as far as what we're able to do and how we're able to, come in and really make a huge difference and an impact for not just chiropractic, but more importantly for the patients and being able to meet their needs and really start to help out on that side. So what I'm going to do is we'll pull up one of the dashboards so you guys can see a little bit of what we're working on and what some of the analytics look like for you all to be able to see and also understand. So this is one of the dashboards from one of our current clients, and we'll blur out some of the information here, but you'll be able to see all of the detail that we're able to provide to you, the practitioner, and your office. And so this is real time. You're going to be able to see the date, the calls that come in, the services needed as far as scheduling appointments, the status, the names of those particular people, the email, the phone number, and more importantly, the call summary, right? What exactly happened during that call? And we plug all of that into a workable dashboard for you. Additionally, you're going to be able to see at a glance what the call types look like. So how many calls came in? How many of those were actually scheduling an appointment? How many of those were other questions, reschedule, cancel appointment? All of that information is at your fingertips. So this is something that, again, I'm just so excited to be able to bring to the marketplace, to be able to show you all, because there is such an opportunity that is out there currently based off of everything that we can see. One other view that I'll show you is this calendar view. So what you'll be able to do now is you'll actually be able to take a look and see from the calendar side of things, when are my calls coming in, what days of the week, so on and so forth. So again, just super excited to be able to showcase what the abilities for this particular platform are. And I'll just go through, again, all of this is completely customizable. So this is the custom solution that we work with you to make sure that the agent, number one, is performing to your liking, but then more importantly, how all of those particular items are performing for you so that you understand, okay, Nick, I have all of the information that I need to either relay to my team and or, better service that patient as much as we can. So what I'll do is I'm going to show you right now what the information looks like as far as the call notifications. So let me show you this. And again, these are all customizable. And this would be a part of your build package as well. So this is based off of the receptionist side, right? So a new patient call waiting, new lead just entered the system. Nick wants to schedule the appointment as a new patient. You'll see the caller name, the email address. Again, all of those things will be populated for you. The phone number, the call intent. Nick wants to schedule an appointment, key details, urgency, patient expectations. You're also going to see the call transcript here. So you'll be able to see exactly what's going on that particular call. One of the brand new things that we just launched is being able to listen to that call recording. So you're going to be able to click this button. Let's see if it doesn't kick me out here. But you'll also be able to listen to that call recording, right? So say I wanted to take a look and just listen to the agent.
Demo AI receptionist.
You're going to be able to hear it here. So we can go through everything and really start to understand, okay, how is the agent performing? What do we need to update, run through? And again, just so excited to be able to bring this to the marketplace. And for those particular attendees that are in this particular session right now, you can click on the link below and you're actually going to receive a special discount on the particular build price. Typically, we charge about $5,000 for these builds. I can tell you for the launch price, it's going to be $3,000 just for the build. And then it's $200 a month after that, plus your usage fees as far as minutes. But I can tell you, we've got some really steep discounts for everybody that takes action this weekend, over the next couple of days for the event. And just really excited to be able to get this out into the marketplace. Again, I want to stress the fact that this is completely customizable for you and your clinic, and that we've left no stone unturned. So if you're spending thousands of dollars, I would say $5,000, $10,000 on paid ads, you absolutely need to have this system. If you are doing, $10,000, $15,000 a month in revenue, this is going to help you from your solo practitioner to your enterprise docs that are running 4 and 5 different clinics. I can tell you there is a need and an option to utilize AI to leverage this to service your patients the best quality possible, and also to be able to provide all of the knowledge and expertise to your particular staff to better serve those patients. So really excited. Click the link below, get started. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Jeff and myself. And, like I said, just excited to be a part of this, and really excited to be able to see where the opportunities are going with AI and some of the voice agents that are out there. Thanks, guys. Appreciate everything. We're looking forward to seeing you as a client here real soon.
If you want the best deals on products and services, along with some of the best speakers in chiropractic, you're going to want to register for our next summit coming up soon. Click on down below and register today.